Maybe my link did work.
All right, folks, welcome. We are live again here at Pangburn. Today's a little bit different. It's not just going to be me staring at the screen and yelling. It's going to be all of us. Now, today we're having an open discussion. We're in the open live hangout room on the Pangburn Discord, and we're discussing, of course, everything Trump, Zelensky, Russia, Putin, and more. You guys have heard a lot of my opinions on what's been going on, but today's all about everyone else. So it really is an open discussion. Everyone is tasked to follow the Pangburn Discord rules, the rules that hold the Pangburn universe together. That is good faith and helpfulness. By good faith, we simply mean sincerity of intentions. Don't be a troll. Be sincere with your intentions to have a good conversation here. And be helpful. Most of you should know what it means to be helpful and what unhelpfulness might look like. But one example I like to use is during the course of a dialectic. If your interlocutor is struggling to find the right words to present the strongest form of their argument, reach a hand out, help them up so that you are contending with the strongest form of their argument. That's what you should want to be contending with if you're really trying to become more rational to your purposes and more truthful. So that those are the Pangburn dialectical principles born of my communication virtue and the maxim that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. But here we go. Make sure you smash that like button when you get in, but it is open for anyone to call in, and you have the link to join our Discord server there. So let's, who has something to say about Trump and what they've been seeing? Feel free to unmute and let us have it. Who's feeling brave today? What do you guys think of what happened between Trump and Zelensky? Probably the most viewed event in recent history. Alex, do you have any thoughts?
That was embarrassing. As somebody in America, I can't believe that a person would just do that, act that way.
Yeah. Your voice is still pretty hoarse. How's it going?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's going. It's getting back there.
Yeah. No, yeah, I've exhausted my opinions on yesterday's live stream about all this. So, Alex, today's a live stream where you all get to get your opinions out there, and hopefully, we get some Trump supporters in the room today so we can have some
I
good discussions.
honestly, I don't know how anybody made it through the entire interview. I have attempted to watch it 4 different times.
Yeah, yeah, it's wild, isn't it? What were some specific things that you noticed?
The question about why aren't you wearing a suit?
Yeah,
Bold.
the things that
Uh,
matter to the entertainment
yes,
capital of the
yes,
world, right?
yes.
Yeah.
That
Why
is
are you wearing that clothing? I wish Zelensky
wow.
would have went in with just like a Mexican poncho.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck does that matter? It's
I'll
disrespectful to our office and our clean vacuumed carpets.
I'll wear a suit when the war is over.
Yeah,
Is
and
a great response.
if they knew anything about why Zelensky is not wearing a suit and
Yeah.
not like sprucing himself up, it's to be in solidarity with his people who are literally out there all scraped up and dirty on the front lines defending against an advancing Russia, an aggressive
Yeah.
expansionist dictatorship. And this is
Like,
like, yeah,
Trump is like they're as JD Vance and Trump are asking for Zelensky to thank them for thanking them for assistance is radically different than thanking them for, oh, you should give up and let Russia take everything that they've taken so far. Thank us for you losing.
right.
What a
Thank
wild
us,
request.
thank us for the extortion.
Yeah.
You should be thanking me. We offered, for you to pay us back for something that we actually granted to you, this military support. And you should be grateful that we are extorting you right now. Why is it extortion? Because they are in the most vulnerable situation, and Trump is taking advantage of that vulnerable situation, trying to take financial advantage of that vulnerable situation. That's exactly what's happening. But this is the shit stain on the underpants of the United States of American history. What happened yesterday is way worse than many people seem to realize for the diplomatic efforts that have been worked so hard on by many politicians in the United States. So much of it was just squandered yesterday with that display.
No, why would anyone want to work with us after that? This is how you're going to be treated in the future.
You know, something that really gives me a lot of hope in humanity was the seemingly unanimous support for Ukraine that came pouring out from basically all other nations on this planet. And I hope that support isn't just vocal Twitter support or whatever. I hope it comes with arms and everything that the Ukrainian people need to defend themselves. That's what I hope for. Okay, anyone else? We got a lot of people in the room. Don't be shy. Unmute. Let's go. I know you all have voices. You all have something to say. How are you feeling? Even if it's just like an ethical take on what's been going on. Everyone on YouTube, make sure you smash the like button when you get into the room. Welcome back to Pangburn. We're debating everything Trump today. Everyone's welcome, Trump supporter or not. You can call in and join our Discord server. Yeah, I mean, Don, what do you got?
Well, I'm embarrassed as an American. And yesterday's Zelensky thing was just the latest. It's unfortunate to say it's just the latest in what I expect to be another 3 3/4 years of just embarrassment and bullying and extortion and immoral acts from our president. It's not a good outlook.
Right. I mean, I haven't really found, like, I've seen some people saying like, yeah, right on, you know, Trump put him in his place, like some stuff like that. But I'm like, that's kind of like cheering on a guy who has just kicked a sick puppy while it's down, wearing a spruced up, trimmed suit and a red tie with orange makeup on. Like, I don't know what there is to cheer about in that situation, but I have seen a lot of it, and that's something we can do today, is try to pull up some of these things. But we do have Aman in here, and Aman, I think you kind of have a different perspective on what Trump's doing. Do you want to kind of elaborate on that?
In what context?
Well, you've been, I think you've been, from what I've seen in the Pangburn library, you've been a little more apologetic of what Trump's doing. I might have you wrong. You might be the wrong person, but what yeah.
I'm definitely not apologetic of what Trump's doing. I'm very opposed to.
Oh, sorry.
To everything's doing.
I have you wrong. Don't worry. Jay Lizard, you had something to say.
Yeah, like I can't really comment on it like as well as most other people, since I haven't watched it, which is yeah, of course, then I can't comment on it. But I would like to say that that ideologically speaking, I actually tend to be more on the, not on everything, but more on the right side politically, the conservative adjacent side, I would say. But I would like to, but like basically something I got from it is that if you are a country's government, right, and you want money from like an other country's government, then you kind of have to do a lot of what that country who's giving you money tells you to do, because it's kind of like their money. And I would also like to add that I do think that that assisting Ukraine with like defense against Russia is good for one reason, and that reason being that you don't want the Russian border, or you don't want Russia to be closer geographically to the other countries in Europe. So from a purely like utilitarian perspective, I think that having a more support for Ukraine so that they don't lose too much territory is a pretty much a good thing. You don't want them to lose too much territory. But I also think that a lot of territory might be water under the bridge. And if Russia have incorporated what then became the People's Republic of Luhansk entirely into the territory, I think it's much better to cut losses and have a peace and no more war, rather than to spend copious amount of money for them to get back that panhandle out that would otherwise almost be surrounded by Russia. Yeah, that's my perspective or my position, I would say.
Okay.
And I can elaborate if you want me to.
Yeah, no, because like I can understand, like, okay, militaristically, yes, we wouldn't, you like, if you're Europe, you don't want Russia like continually getting closer and closer towards your borders, but if you're Ukrainian, you also don't want to lose any of your land.
Of course not, but
Yeah.
if you have lost some of your land and then you want to get it back, well, of course I get it, you want to get it back, but it doesn't make sense for other countries where they would, or other people in other countries want you to get it back because it's kind of like already lost.
Well, if a war is over, then you've lost that. If you've conceded your land, then you've lost it. If you are actively still fighting to get it back, then the land is like still up in the air.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Even if the occupying force are control of it, yeah, it's not like settled. They're like official territory, but they have control over that territory. And I do think that Ukraine losing all the territory that they currently is about losing to Russia, I do think that would be a little bit too much losses. That's why I give Luhansk as a specific example of an acceptable loss. And I do think that there is a compromise one can have, that which territory should be acceptable losses and which shouldn't, in order to make a war end so that more people don't die. Because I think that's the priority above a territorial boundary.
Yes, but unfortunately that was not the discussion that happened.
Yeah, I don't know about the discussion. I wasn't talking about this particular discussion with Donald Trump. I was just making like what I think a peace deal should be about, not like what they were saying.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Robin, go ahead.
Okay, so if your neighbor comes over there and like fences off like half your yard and says that he's taking your yard over, are you going to say, well, I'll go ahead and let him have that because it's an acceptable amount of land loss, rather than fight him over it?
That depends. If I would rather, if it meant that all the people living in my apartment complex that I was losing it can't leave and they have to fight and die to get that property back, and I don't let them leave if they want to, yeah, that would be kind of like make me a dick, in my opinion. And I wouldn't want to do that. And I wouldn't want everybody in the entire neighborhood to come over and do it for me. But I would probably ideally ask the government, or like the city or the state, to help me get it back. But if that meant that they had to tax the living hell out of people in the rest of the city or the neighborhood or the community, then it would feel a little bit, and then I haven't been in that part of my yard for like years. Yeah, it would suck, but like, and I wouldn't want it to happen, but like if it's already happened, it's kind of like the reality.
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is? Have you ever heard of that?
I have not, actually. I don't.
Okay, it's an agreement that Russia, the Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and the UK, and there's one more, Crimea maybe, I think, signed in 1994 because there were nuclear weapons that were left in those countries from the USSR when it dissolved. And so Ukraine was in possession of nuclear weapons. And the UK and even Russia and the United States were not comfortable with the fact that these other countries had nuclear weapons. They were trying to, reduce the amount of nuclear weapons in the world, of the countries that actually had nuclear potential. And so we signed an agreement. Russia signed it, the UK signed it, the USA signed it, and it was an agreement that we would respect the boundaries of those sovereign nations, and that if anyone violated that sovereign nation boundaries, that there would be economic and military support from the countries that signed that. So we actually gave our word in 1994 that if Russia invaded Ukraine and did not recognize its sovereign boundaries, that we would support economically and militarily support Ukraine and those other countries too. And so what we're doing now is it's not a grant to these people that we owe them. It's our word. It was a treaty that we signed that agreed that we would do this if they gave up their nuclear weapons, and they did. And if it was not for that, they would have nuclear weapons to defend themselves with, which would not be really good with both people sitting there with nuclear weapons pointed at each other. So we kind of left them undefensive. They were left indefensible, sort of. And it's partly our doing, and I think we should keep our word. I think that if our word's not good for anything, then I don't see what good. I don't think we should ever be involved in trying to say about what anything anybody does anymore. We just lost all respect.
I think that there's like two things going on here. Is that is there ever an ethical time where removing a nation's sovereignty is ever okay? Yeah. And then the other question is, if you agree to give somebody money, and you're just like, yes, I will give you money if X happens. Do you you've already agreed to do that? Do you have a say in how they spend that money if you've just agreed to give it to them without any say in the matter afterwards? So you say that yes, there is a time where it's ethically justified to remove sovereignty from a nation?
Of course, you have several examples of this happening in history. If there is a territory where a government commits a genocide against a minority group, a foreign government is coming in and occupying that territory so that stops, that would be very good. I'm not saying that happened in Ukraine, by the way, but I'm saying hypothetically speaking, that would be a reason when that is acceptable.
Okay, so if a foreign nation comes into another nation, then we would have the right to remove sovereignty from that nation to fight back against their oppressors?
Yeah, in some circumstances that would be possible theoretically. And
why would we have to remove the sovereignty of a nation in order to send help?
He didn't.
For them to fight their war.
He said that if the country's government was committing a genocide, then it is okay to remove that government.
And you take territory from that government, so that the territory is no longer under their sovereignty.
So so it's okay to remove the sovereignty of a genocidal nation. We're not talking about removing the sovereignty of the nation that they're genociding?
Yes, the genociding nation.
Okay.
Of course. Because
I was very confused for a second.
Yeah, that's good that we clear that out, because otherwise it would have been that's very important. There's several times in history where you have when in Croatia, when the state of Croatia had a territory that once seceded called the Serbian Kranja, and then they committed a genocide or an ethnic cleansing against the Dalmatian Serbs living there. If another country would have gone in, taken over Kranja, and making sure Croatia can't have it anymore, then that would have been completely acceptable.
So then, if I were to say that the history of Ukraine over 500 years was Russia systematically going into the Ukraine, attempting to remove their culture, language, everything that they have, putting Russian citizens in there in order to take over the Ukraine, would that mean that we should go into Russia and remove Russia's sovereignty?
Yeah, over the territory they're genociding, of course.
Yeah.
Like, that's the reason why, if you like, because we know about the Holodomor when that happens, and that was a terrible thing that happened during the Soviet times, and then part of Ukraine in the Soviet Union at that time was settled from with other people from the Soviet Union. And many of these other people in the other parts of the Soviet Union were speaking Russian as a communicative language. And then when, like, it's a tragedy that the Ukrainians who lived there died, of course, like, that's obvious, you have to clarify. But the fact is that happened, and that's bad. But then, like, decades later, you have other people living there that are.
I mean, we're talking about like hundreds of years.
Yeah, exactly. Because that is like kind of like generationally, like, in the past. So to make sure that the territory that have been Russophone for a longer time stops being Russophone because it's under Ukrainian sovereignty, that would just be another injustice, and that wouldn't be acceptable.
So then should Zelensky have a ceasefire, or should he continue to fight this war that's been going on for this long?
That's a good question. I mean, are y'all thinking right now what's better for Ukraine, doing a peace deal or continuing the fight? I was just going to list an example real quick. Back when Stalin was in charge of the Soviet Union, I think they did, it was pretty much a genocide. Something like 3 millions of Soviet Ukrainians died in a famine. And, the Soviet government, Stalin was in charge for many years after that. Nobody did anything.
Exactly, which was bad. Like, I think people should have definitely intervened and tried to help. And they actually tried to help Ukrainians survive, and that was an absolute tragedy. And that led to a reduction of Ukrainians in several parts of Ukraine. Like, actually, if you know about Green Ukraine, there was another part of Soviet Union that used to be Ukrainian that basically got completely, like, sundered because of the Soviet regime at the time, and other extreme tragedies. But it's also like those tragedies are in the past, and I don't think that, like, one should use.
I mean, the past is very important in this context, because, like, I'm trying to think of a time where Russia has abided by ceasefires. Kind of like making a deal with America, where America's like, oh, don't worry, guys, we won't invade you, and then we take more land.
Yeah, so of course. I don't think Russia is to be. It's not a trustworthy.
Yes. So, like, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if somebody can point out a time to me where Russia was trustworthy in the long run, then we could make an argument for making a ceasefire with Russia. But if we can't find a time where Russia was actually worth, like, believing, then why would we, like, try to end a war with them? They're like, oh, okay, we're gonna give up this piece of land so that you won't attack us anymore, and then a week later they just attack anyway.
Or a year later, or 2 years later, or a decade later.
What kind of time frame?
It's also very important to notice that there's a lot of things that could be part of a peace of a deal that could really make sure that Russia wouldn't be able to do that in the past and in the future without serious consequences.
They weren't supposed to invade Ukraine in the first place. They said that they were going. They literally said that they weren't going to, and then attacked the next day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they agreed not to in 1994. They agreed to not attack Ukraine in 1994. So any attack on Ukrainian soil has been a breach of that treaty since 1994. And when has an expansionist leader ever decided that they had expanded far enough? Give me an example in history of an expansionist leader who ever gets enough of expansion.
When they get defeated.
I mean, you know, no, they did appeasement. There's a word called that. It's called appeasement, and that's what Trump is trying to do. And that is what the UK tried to do to Nazis in 1930 something. They tried to appease them by letting them have Poland, by letting them have Poland. You know what I mean? Just take what you want of Poland, and then that'll be enough to make him happy. And we all know how that turned out.
Well, I can kind of give you the United States was expanding. I mean, we know from the Louisiana Compromise and then its Manifest Destiny, it extended from coast to coast, but it has generally stopped. I mean, we've gotten Alaska, but we've had
the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo said that the Mexicans were allowed to come back into America whenever they wanted, and then we just literally, I mean, essentially just tore that shit up. We took 2/3 of Mexico with it.
Yeah, and Trump is now claiming he wants to claim Canada. I mean, we didn't stop.
Canada, Greenland, Costa Rica, like we just want all of it.
Are you saying that United States has taken Mexico and Greenland?
I'm saying that the United States took 2/3 of Mexico.
Right.
That's how California, Arizona, Nevada, that like all of that exists because
Have they taken the rest? What I'm saying is there's a time frame where the United States stopped taking Mexico. So
that's because we got elections. We have to realize that the United States didn't have a consistent dictator. But when specific leaderships were in power that were maximalist, they went and they did it. And then as the regimes changed and the leadership changed, that changed. The question is Putin going to stop?
History is a very good, framework. The point of the U.S. is not taking territory anymore. They're respecting international law. That's kind of the point. Putin is an actor today who is not respecting international law, who is just taking whatever he wants and invading. And that is a problem, right? I mean, that we have actors like that are not respecting those rules that we kind of agree. We're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to do that what we did in the past. That's not what we're going to do, right? We're going to cooperate. We're going to do all this stuff. And then you have people like Putin who are invading another sovereign country who are breaking those rules, right? The promises are broken, like that kind of stuff, right? I think, the historicity of the U.S. taking territory, I mean, they're not taking territory now. They're kind of respecting the international law, trying to protect their interests by helping. I mean, there's this talk that they're doing altruistically. They're just doing it because, But no, I mean, the U.S. needs to, the U.S. prosperity depends on its allies. It depends on those people who they're trading with. And if you're trying to trade with Putin and he's just breaking every accord and, they're basically trying to, like mafia style cohort you, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, imagine Europe being like Putin in every turn, right? It's just not feasible, right? No one wins but Putin, I think.
But I wanted to address something that someone said earlier about should Ukraine continue the war, should not continue the war. I think while I'm not sure about that answer, I think that answer is up for the Ukrainians to decide and the Ukrainian leadership to decide whether they believe that they can continue, whether it's worth it for them to, and when they're ready to sit down, you can encourage them. But for me, it's not recognizing sovereignty and just deciding that the U.S. people, nations are going to decide for them.
But when it comes to other countries having to bankroll their war, then it kind of is to other countries to have a say in where their money is going.
They can say that's completely fine, but there's a bullying of like, if you don't stop the war now, we're going to stop giving you arms. You just say, hey, listen, we believe it's in our best decision to not to. And they're like, but we actually think we're going to win. So the question is, do we have an alliance? What is that going to look like, giving arms? So like much of the arms the U.S. gives them are arms they're going to break down anyhow. So I think that a lot of it is it's not as clear cut as people make it out to be.
No, it really isn't. That's the reason why when it comes to having like an actual discussion about how a potential resolution should look like, I would appreciate that every part involved, not just Trump, but all the other parts involved in the official discussion were a little bit mature, for lack of a better word.
Immature.
Yeah, I was like, where's the maturity?
Yeah, I think you meant immature. Real quick, what if Ukraine got somewhat of a good deal out of this? Like, have we talked about what kind of a deal would you accept if you were in the Ukrainian position?
Yeah, I would accept, like, yeah, I want to have these territories back. But like, I would say that Ukraine saying that I want to have every single territory back, and the war is not going to stop until we get every single territory back, even if it lasts 2 decades, and casualties are enormous, and the expending of enormous, and the tax pressure of other countries are enormous, then I would say then I think that's a little bit asking for a bit too much, because
what deal would you take though? Like, what deal would you take?
But that's the part of the problem. I mean, Ukraine wants Russia to stop the war, return what you took illegally, basically by force, and don't do that again, right? And pay for all the damage that you did. I mean, what other deal can there be? I mean, right? If someone burns your house and it's like, you know.
Yeah, this goes back to like, okay, Ukraine says, okay, we'll stop the war. Russia's like, okay, we'll do a ceasefire. Just give us the territory that we've obtained so far. And then what is to stop Russia from invading again? Like, it was illegal for them to attack them in the first place. This was a war crime. They weren't supposed, they signed a treaty to not do this.
You know what I would do? Sorry, Alex, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, what is to stop them from breaking like, if they were to have a treaty again this time, what is to stop them from taking Ukraine and then taking Kazakhstan after that? Like, what's to stop Putin from recreating the USSR like he has said he wants to?
I think if I was Ukraine, I would say, okay, I'll stop the war, but I want to join NATO. I would stop.
Actually, that makes sense, but there's actually one thing that NATO actually requires if you want to join NATO, and that is that NATO requires Ukraine cannot join NATO at this moment, because in order to join NATO, you cannot have any disputed territories.
Okay, so they don't dispute the territories anymore, and they join NATO.
Yeah. Well, then they have to give up their claim of those territories.
That's the part of the deal of the war, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Like, I would actually think that's kind of reasonable. I would say, like, if you can basically say these territories that Russia control, they keep, and these territories go back to Ukraine, and then this is the border now, a new border, and then no disputed territories, and Ukraine can join NATO. I think that would be, in my opinion, a compromise that would have every part get at least some part of the deal that they want.
Why should we compromise? Why should they compromise?
If you can't win,
if you can't win, you have to compromise. Just how it is.
I think they're doing a daggone good job, considering. I mean, their hands have been tied on like how they could use the military supplies that we were giving them. We weren't allowing them to send in certain. We weren't giving them certain ammunitions that would go in deep into Russia. We tied their hands, and they're fighting like hell. And I can't believe that Americans are defending the bully. Like, we fought for our liberty against all odds, against a world power, and people helped us. And we are turning our backs and defending the world power, the dictator. The expansionists. And we agreed to defend these people. We gave our word. I don't understand why people don't understand that giving your word means something, or it's supposed to. I thought it
I
did
agree
in
with you.
America.
I think that the U.S.
that's-
should. I actually personally think the U.S. should let Ukraine fight the war the way it wants to fight the war. They should support them, and when Ukraine's ready to make the deals that they think are work for them, they should make those deals. I
And
think
what
that
people-
Trump's bully pulpit is
Alex,
furthering
just
Russia's
real
aims.
quick, Alex said it best. What's Putin preventing Putin from just doing it again? That's what that's the point
Yeah,
of defending Ukraine,
Right.
right?
I can
And
do that.
what people
So-
skip about this though is that they gave us we gave them old military weapons. We gave them like dated material, like dated military stuff. We provided jobs for Americans by arming our military with new advanced equipment. That's what we sold. We gave them was the stuff that was being aged out of our military anyway, and so it was a win-win.
I can kind of talk about how Ukraine can better guarantee future attacks from Russia. You have to have military status. You have to have partnerships in your nearby areas, which they do have Europe and the United States support to some extent. But if they can have maybe even nuclear warheads, that's a great deterrent right there. So there are things that you can at least you'll be in a better position to fight back against Russia if you're Ukraine.
So join NATO.
That's NATO, another European military partnership, further economic partnership with the U.S.
Or you could, I was gonna say you could have just like a really great relationship with us, like you already do, or until we had yesterday.
We're still providing aid, to my knowledge, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna lose the support. I mean, it's just the tantrum from the show that they put. But it doesn't make sense to stop helping Ukraine.
Trump is trying to tell them to have a ceasefire to secede the land that to give the land that has already been taken from them. Like Trump is showing the world that America is willing to bargain with dictators.
Well, let's say
he is willing to anyone that we are helping, like anyone that has an alliance with America, like just so you know, if push comes to shove, we'll suck Putin's dick.
Let's say this. Let's say the war goes on and the U.S. supports Ukraine to the very end, the very last area they have. Then you're going to get a counterinsurgency operation. Russia will be fighting the Ukrainians after, let's say they do take more land that they have already. They'll keep fighting, and then you're going to get basically when Russia was in Afghanistan. And then eventually Russia will probably back off because counterinsurgency operations are almost impossible to win. I mean, we just had one in Afghanistan with the U.S. versus Afghanistan. So you could do that.
Hey, there's a podcast with Sam Harris. He spoke with a guy called Neil Ferguson, and the guy is explaining that the U.S. interests, expand globally, right? It's not just Ukraine. So if Trump is thinking about a war with Russia and China and Iran and North Korea all at the same time, I mean, it's just something that maybe the U.S. can't do, right? I mean, he's making some arguments that the enemies of the U.S. are kind of, getting too strong, right, to fight all of them all together. So in that sense, I mean, in that area, it kind of makes sense that he's, being the raging bull he is in the China shop, Trump, right? He's saying, hey, let's just stop this war so we can focus on other threats, right? I mean, let's just whatever, whatever, you're the bad guy or whatever Trump is doing because of these other problems, right? Like, what is it, like 98%? Of superconductors are produced in Taiwan. I mean, if China just decides to take it, right? I mean, what is to say the damage globally will be pretty bad, right? The global order will kind of change. So I understand.
Well, that's
that,
already
but I
been
mean,
set in motion, though.
Yeah.
Biden, like started like all kinds of semiconductor plants in the United States to change all that. And if Trump hasn't closed them places down and on the infrastructure bill, then we will have it. We will have the semiconductor problem that will be out of Taiwan, and we will be making our own. So that there's no reason about kowtow to dictate.
No,
There's no reason.
I know. I'm not.
We're either
I'm not a.
world power.
yeah, and we're showing right now. We showed yesterday that we are more than willing to kowtow to dictators. Martin, you said that you wanted to talk.
And we can't keep our word.
Go ahead and unmute.
Well, we're still economically supporting Ukraine and providing them weapons. Does the memorandum you reference say that the United States is legally obligated to put boots on the ground if Ukraine is invaded? That whatever that memorandum was, the Budapest memorandum, does it mandate?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. But I know. Yes, the pact that Russia, the U.S. and Ukraine signed. If the U.S. defends those countries by sending aid or things like that, but they don't send. It's rare when they actually send troops, right? I think in Afghanistan, the U.S. was there for like 20 years, and the casualties, the U.S. Casualties were actually pretty low, like it was like a few thousand soldiers, which is a lot, right? But it's not the numbers that we see from Russia, for example, or it's just not the way that the U.S. does things anymore. Like politically, it just looks bad when the Americans are dying in foreign soil, right? No one likes that, so they have to protect their interests by having the NATO forces and stuff. Europeans have said that they will send peace troops to Ukraine, whatever that means, right? To protect the occupied territories, like that's a possibility. They're not going to let Ukraine run out of troops, but right now mostly it's just Ukrainian troops.
So I think that's
the Budapest memorandum does not call for troops.
Okay,
well, it does not require kind of military support.
So I was thinking what you brought up, El Rito, if Europe puts troops on that contested area, and let's say that, let's give Ukraine back their land, right? Because nobody deserves to lose their land like that. And to a certain point, if Russia takes, right now they have 11% of their land. If they take 50%, at what point is the world going to completely attack Putin? Not only denounce him, but go further than that. That's not acceptable. Just this idea of conquest of countries is not a contemporary thing anymore. That's years ago.
Yeah, exactly. This is we haven't. When was the last time that we see this? It's just Russia doing it, right? Just taking territory like that. There's probably other examples, but not at this scale. Not this major player like Russia.
And I recall what Biden said in 2022. Biden, of all people, he said, it depends what Russia does. It depends if it's a minor incursion. So at what point does this become more than a minor incursion?
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. I think for a fraction of the price of an all-out war, nobody wants the all-out war. No Russia, nor anybody. That's what they're doing, this small level. This is not that costly compared to what it will cost in lives and in money, and it's just be chaos, a full out war, right? That's what they're playing with, the idea of we're gonna nuke you, just stop and just aiding enough just so that it's like a bargain, right? I mean, if you're cold, think about this in a cold terms, right? They're not giving that much aid. And they're stopping Russia, for 3 years. Russia was painted this big military power, and they can't take Ukraine. They thought it was just going to take a few weeks, right? Everybody was thinking, if Russia takes Ukraine, it's going to be a few weeks. 3 years, and they're still in this conflict. And the longer it goes on, the weaker Russia gets, right? But it's also affecting everybody else, right?
You're right. It looks really bad for Russia. That's why I believe that this war weakens the argument that, well, Russia is going to take back the entire Soviet Union, because they can't even take more than 11% of Ukraine. Ukraine is holding, at least at this point, they're holding the majority of their territory.
And part of the propaganda
they're the underdog.
Russia already, Russia. Part of the propaganda says that Russia already won. Ukraine can win. We heard that from Trump too, right? Which makes us think, where are your alliances? Or what? It kind of shows what Trump, the world that Trump lives in, right? He's believing a bunch of this stuff if it's not, compromised by the Russians, right? But somehow. And just saying that, Ukraine can definitely win, but it's like a balance, some weird balance that I still fail to understand, right? Like, you don't want to give everything to Ukraine to crush Russia, because that will escalate things even more. It's like, I'm just going to give you enough so we keep it like in this frozen state for a bit, and it just Russia keeps losing and losing. There's a lot of sanctions right now. I mean, Biden, before leaving, just
we have had sanctions on Russia since the Cold War. We have never lifted our sanctions on Russia. The Budapest Memorandum, the very first thing in it says to respect the signatories' independence and sovereignty in the existing borders. And Putin has said since he invaded that the memorandum that he signed doesn't apply to him. It doesn't apply to Russia. So why would we trust anything that Putin is saying at all? We give him some of the land. He just waits a few years and then he takes a little bit more land. Then he waits a few years and he just takes a little bit more land. If they stop fighting now, then there is no pressure. Pressure gets released, and then he just takes the rest of Ukraine eventually, and then he goes into Kazakhstan next. He, as I said before, he wants to recreate the USSR. There's no reason that I've heard that he is not going to just continue to go through with that thing. And Trump has made it very clear that we are more than willing to roll over and just allow Putin to do that thing.
Again, I mean,
Alex, was it Crimea that Obama allowed him to take in his term?
Yes.
Putin annexed Crimea in 2014.
America has been continually allowing Putin to very slowly recreate the Soviet Union.
I mean, again, I think this a little bit of a jump that you think that Russia can recreate the Soviet Union, especially when some of the previous Soviet Union territories are actually a part of NATO now.
Yeah, so I'm saying that is his that is his goal. That is what he wishes to see in his world. So all the pieces that aren't part of NATO, then he will go for those first.
Okay, so then at what point do you think that
he has said that said his goal is to recover the nations that were under the USSR. He has said that publicly. So
he's not going to do that. I mean, some of the countries that were formerly in the USSR are now in NATO. So then I ask, at what point do you think that just the whole world is going to get tired of what Putin's doing, taking Ukraine, and then they're literally going to put troops on the ground to end this conquest?
They won't be able to stop them if we don't help.
So
you just hand waved away a dictator who has publicly made comments of what he wants to do. You just hand waved that away and said he won't ever do that.
But the U.S. is helping.
And you have no justification for doing that.
Yeah, he has already taken land that he wasn't supposed to, that he signed off that he wouldn't do. The law, we can't talk about it in this conversation because he's willing to break it. So there's no law that would stop him from doing that.
What if there's a deal that they put out that gives Ukraine back its borders? I mean, I think that's what should be on the table.
It happened in 1994.
And then when was the next time that Russia took territory? 2014.
2013.
So 10 years. So Putin's an
Sanctions
old
in
guy.
Belarus, and then Crimea 2014.
Yeah, Putin's an old guy. If a deal gets done where Ukraine gets its borders back and has some type of stronger alliance with the United States, though through economics or militarily, then that should halt Putin's conquestial escapades, don't you think?
But how are they supposed to win without the U.S.? That's what I don't understand.
We're providing them supplies, though, right? We've already
Yeah, but
established.
Yes.
yeah, sure. But I mean, Trump isn't he able to cut back on that?
And he wants to.
Can he do it without the Congress or the other branches?
He will try.
Now,
So basically, if the Ukraine can somehow hold out for 4 more years, and Trump doesn't somehow get a third like 4 more years, I guess it can work out. But the problem for me is, even if I read different reports, I get like some people say no, Russia is doing great, and then some reports say like no, they're doing really bad, and I don't know how to actually like try to sift through that information and actually understand what is correct and what is not.
Yeah, so Trump wants to just stop giving any support at all to Ukraine. He wants Ukraine to just give up and stop fighting the war entirely, which like I get. I don't want people to die. I don't want people to have to go to war. I would love it if we could just talk all this stuff out. Everyone could have like good faith conversations like we have on this Discord, and we could like get through it, get to the bottom of it, and just come to like a peace talk. Unfortunately, Putin, in the middle of a peace talk, would love to murder a bunch of people and take more land.
real quick.
So that sucks. And if it can help people, and like I'm reading the YouTube chat while I'm saying this, if it can help people to kind of conceptualize what's going on, imagine the Ukraine as part of America. We've given so much support to them that if you want to just look at the Ukraine as a piece of us, if the Ukraine was America, would you be okay with ending the war against the Russian invasion? Or would you want America to take back that land?
I would be okay with ending it, to be honest.
Zelensky tried to kind of say this yesterday, is like, yes, there's an ocean between you guys, but like eventually Russia will come knocking at your door for your land also. And so just imagine that Ukraine is American land. Would we allow this to happen to America? And I really think that we wouldn't.
I don't think he was suggesting that the Russians are going to come take American land. I think he was suggesting that they're going to go into NATO and we're going to have to put troops on the ground. I really don't think Russia's coming for American land.
They could come after Alaska.
They tried to. They tried to take back Alaska in
Alaska?
2016, I think. Yeah, no, they said that their agreement to give us Alaska wasn't binding, just like Ukraine wasn't binding. So they were going to try to take Alaska also. But then again, Trump sucked Putin's dick or let him fuck him or something, and he stopped trying to take Alaska.
Well, isn't it good he stopped trying to take Alaska?
So the U.S. successfully defended itself from Russia. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that he hasn't brought it up again.
Oh, okay.
I would like to add, if somebody, for example, were to invade and try to take territory from the United States of America, they would probably they would be screwed. Like, there's no way like any country would, like, not even Russia would do that and not like you lose insanely much. That's the reason why NATO is the way it is. Like, if somebody invades NATO, then that is, according to territory, invading America. That's the reason why nobody does this. That's why so many countries want to join NATO, and why Russia doesn't want many countries to join NATO. But that's also like why.
But Trump wants to leave NATO. So
didn't he like?
Trump
want
wants to leave
America
NATO, so that we wouldn't even be part of NATO's. We wouldn't be protected by them, or
We can
Right, but I don't think
acknowledge
America
that-
needs another country to protect them if they get invaded, because America has kind of like a massive military.
No. America needs allies. America's strength lies a lot in its allies. We need our allies. We need
so
NATO.
might
NATO's-
makes right.
Well,
No.
Because you're the strongest country in the world, you should be able to. You shouldn't have to help the other countries. You know, you got to have
No,
principles.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. And I think
He has said he wants to remove the United States from NATO. Trump has said that out loud.
That's correct.
But let's acknowledge that we are still in NATO. Can we acknowledge that?
Well, of course, we're still in NATO. What do you need to acknowledge that for?
Because it seems like there's some fear mongering going around here.
Fear mongering.
What's the fear mongering exactly?
That we're going to leave NATO and abandon
Trump said
all
that.
of our allies.
That's not fear mongering when Trump says, I want to leave NATO. That's not fear mongering. That's acknowledging what Trump says very clearly.
Has he taken any steps to leave NATO?
He said he wanted to leave NATO. What are you talking about?
Any steps beyond saying?
What does it matter if he's taken any steps yet? He said it. That's his principle. That's his policy. He stated it.
So, okay, as long as somebody says something, then that happens.
Yeah, when the president says something, you take him seriously. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
It's serious.
Somebody
President said he's going to bring the price of eggs down on day one. Did you take that seriously?
Yeah, you voted for him for that, right?
No, I absolutely did not vote.
Not
for
you.
Trump.
Not you. People in general voted for him because of groceries.
Yeah,
People
and
voted
then
for a bunch of
prices
different
have
reasons.
steadily increased since then. I'm just
And
pointing out they didn't get what they voted for. He's been a liar since the 80s.
Like when
Nothing's
Bill
changed.
Clinton said he didn't have relations with that woman.
That had no effect on the country. That he didn't do that to get elected. It meant nothing. So he fucked around with the woman. Who cares? He didn't do it to get elected. He's not lying to get elected. It's totally different.
And now
Apples
we have a
oranges.
rapist in office.
Yeah.
You know, we went from prosecuting a president for getting a blowjob in the Oval Office to electing a rapist.
It's crazy.
Well, Fafo and I have talked about that before.
Well, yeah.
Shouldn't we like get back to the like main topic rather than to talk
Yeah,
about like just the president in general?
Yeah, I think there's room for an agreement. If Ukraine gets its territory back and Europe puts troops in that territory to secure it better, and what is wrong with that agreement?
There is actually a few things that I consider to be wrong with that agreement. And
Let me just
that is
say that I haven't even that's just a basic agreement. I haven't really even had enough time to think about it. But go ahead.
Right, I know that I don't think that's like what you want and what you think. It's just like an example of what could be done. I don't think that's like your official opinion or stance. But I am saying that I am to be like kind of be frank here that many of the post-Soviet countries' borders. Okay, this might sound a bit weird, but I don't think they're sacred. They were very arbitrarily made, mainly to inhibit the vestiges of separatism, which was very bad borders drawn by a very bad regime in the Soviet Union back in the day. So I do think that sometimes certain borders might need adjustment, especially when you have countries that aren't potentially or aren't very nice to their Russophone minority populations. And as long as these countries some countries aren't always treating their Russophone minorities very well, then it might be then that's just signaling, there's very much a provocation to Russia, the Kremlin, and they should take over. And I do believe that countries like Ukraine and Kazakhstan have done things in the past that has not been very good to their Russophone minorities.
Are you? Weren't you have a source for that? Do you have a source for like that information?
Wait, we are having a discussion, not like.
Well, I mean, I would just like to fact check that, because I don't necessarily believe that claim. I believe that's Russian propaganda.
I have heard about that from like a lot of different places. I don't have the source at me right now. I'm speaking from my memory, but it is, if you were to look to certain things that have been occurring in places such as Kazakhstan and Ukraine, and some of the results of that. Like, we can't. I don't think one should dismiss everything that could look in that would make Kremlin look more favorable as Russian propaganda, just because because they can use that as an excuse to invade other countries. Like, I think that just means you should be very skeptical, of course, but I don't think that one should it automatically disqualifies these concerns from being taken seriously. Like, I do take those concerns quite seriously. And
you're saying that Ukraine has to give its land to Russia. That's pure Russian propaganda, 100%.
I actually didn't say that. I actually have said that.
Well, do you take it seriously that Russia has been kidnapping children, Ukrainian children, the entire time through this war, and taking them and brainwashing them into even forgetting about their Ukrainian roots and sending them back to the war to fight their own people?
Well, that's
they've murdered families. They've come in and murdered and raped families, and they've committed multiple war crimes against humans that we were supposed to have eliminated years ago, that they know are illegal acts.
Yeah, I think they've kidnapped 20 to 30,000 kids. To be honest, that's what I heard.
Yeah, so I mean, that the stories about the people don't want those places right there. They've been fighting the Russians the whole time. So if they were wanting to be in Russia, they would not be still fighting those people. They would not be fighting Russia. You know, the where the trenches are is the claims that Russia is trying to claim that that's the land that the Russians who want to come back to Russia are, but they're fighting for Ukraine.
Yeah, we know a lot of people in these territories are fighting for Ukraine. That wasn't anything I disputed. I didn't dispute anything. I was just claiming that there have been certain things that the Ukrainian government have done to these Russophone populations in the past, before the war started, that wasn't acceptable. But I don't think that is I'm not saying that these Russophone populations all of them want to be annexed by Russia, just because Ukraine hasn't always been the nicest government. But I have been saying that Ukraine should have done more to be more accommodating of their Russophone minority groups in Ukraine, who many aren't actually Russian. Actually, many of them are of other origins besides Russian, but they still speak the Russian language. And I do think that the Russian language within the borders of Ukraine is something that should be respected. And I think that, but I know that many Russophone people prefer Ukraine to Kremlin as the regime, obviously. And I don't think that that the Russian annexation or invasions are acceptable. But I am saying that one cannot say that the other countries like Ukraine or even Kazakhstan never did anything wrong before the war started either, even though it doesn't justify invading those countries. In the mind of Russia, which is the mindset the people have in Russia isn't exactly the mindset that we have. It's fucking Russia. And very likely that a country like a society or a mindset like that would basically jump to invade as a reaction to what they perceive to be Russians in other part of the world being treated unfairly.
Yeah, they're lied to a lot by the press. I mean, they have state press. They have state media. Nothing's allowed on there unless Putin approves of it.
Precisely, but does that mean that everything any state-run media in Russia is telling is always false? Even though I don't think it's trustworthy?
Pretty much, there's always a spin on it that's going to benefit Putin. I mean, we can guarantee that.
Not everything they say is a lie, but a vast majority. You got to take it case by case. What are you claiming the discrimination going on against the Russians in Ukraine? I mean, I know there's for example, Ukraine wants to make or did make Ukrainian their official language. Do you think that they're not allowed to do that? Was that the discrimination you're referring to?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think that Ukrainians obviously should be the official language of Ukraine, just like Moldovan should be the official language of Romanian should be the official language of Moldova.
That's
but I'm saying that there are Russians from people in Moldova, in Ukraine, in Kazakhstan, and their rights of having administrations, local administration, as well as education and media be in the Russian language. I definitely believe that that's their rights. They should be entitled to that, obviously, because Russian.
I don't know that they don't have that right.
So, which region are you talking about? Which region are you talking about in Ukraine where they don't have the right to speak Russian?
I didn't say they don't have the right to speak Russian. I'm saying that there have been cases where the Russian language is certain, not all portions of public life, or in official status in certain Russophone regions, certain Russophone majority regions even, have been restricted. And I don't think that's acceptable. I think that every country that has a Russian-speaking minority population that goes back to Soviet times, that usually were forced to move there by the Soviet regimes in the past, I do think that those people have the entitlement to have administration and education within the Russian language.
See, you're making that claim, but I've been looking around online, and I'm not seeing any real solid sources that there's any type of systemic abuses that you're discussing actually happening inside Ukraine. So if you can get us a source, or at least a region or a city or a town where this is happening systemically, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I will try to make it later, but I don't really have the time now. So I don't say that you need to believe me, but can we at least discuss this as a hypothetical?
I'll put it this way.
Hypothetically, yeah, it's bad.
Let's take your premise, right? That there's ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine. Judging that they're both on the same border, I think that's perfectly acceptable. Hypothetical. I don't think that gives those. I don't think that the Ukraine has to accommodate to them, just like the United States doesn't have to necessarily accommodate to the many different American ethnicities that we have. Like
like Washington D.C. and Puerto Rico, we don't accommodate to them.
And they're still U.S. citizens, right? And they can be politically represented by a vote, right? So they have rights just like U.S. citizens. So I think in that sense, I don't necessarily believe that is a very strong argument.
Do you mind if I elaborate a little bit?
Well, go ahead.
I would like to say that if you have countries, right, that before these countries became independent countries, right, like Kazakhstan, Moldova, and Ukraine, right, I actually do think that these countries, generally speaking, have a general good record of respecting the Russian-speaking minorities. But I do think that since these countries became independent with a significant Russophone-speaking minority population, I do believe that these Russophone minority populations' rights to have education and local administration in the Russian language is a right that they should be entitled to. And if they don't get that, and I think that if they want to have a separatist state, not join Russia and have a separatist state, I think that is an acceptable solution, but that should happen democratically, not through a military invasion with fucking Russia.
And I think it can be easily accommodated, such as English as a second language programs that we have in the United States. You know, like they could do Russian as a second language. They definitely don't need to do a war over it. And cool. Bottom line, if the Russians, the ethnic Russians, they could. I mean, why can't they move back to Russia? Like,
I mean, like, because if you take these countries like Ukraine, if they have lived in Ukraine and they live in their home in their region, let's say Luhansk, for example, right? If they have been
to discuss it, and I think I've heard. Go ahead.
You do realize, though, that Ukraine existed before the USSR did, right? It wasn't a country that it was invented.
Of course, but it didn't have the same borders. That's the reason why I believe that Ukraine having to keep all the territory within their own borders when these are Soviet borders. Yes, I don't think they get all the territory back, like the entire of Luhansk, including the majority of Russophone population of Luhansk back. I don't see that as very realistic or even sometimes even desirable.
I'll put it this way. Like, I'm from an area in the United States that has a very different culture than the rest of the United States. But I consider myself American, and well, Texan, first of all, and then American, and I'm happy with that. So I feel like if an ethnic Russian, they should be happy being Russian by moving back to Russia or staying where they are and just being Russian. Of course, they can always get the simple, reasonable accommodations.
I just wanted to quickly jump in. We have a couple new speakers here in the room. Welcome to the Pangburn Discord. Let's go to user 123. Do you have anything to add? Just hit the unmute button if you do.
Yeah, no, not really. I think it's a bit of a pointless discussion talking about whether people should be allowed to learn in Russian when we have a war like this. It's just so out of proportion. I mean, it's not a problem.
Yeah, it seems like
support that 100%.
Yeah, I agree with you. We don't have to stay on this topic, user. If you had another topic to introduce, we can definitely get to that because it is an open topic relating to the Trump presidency today. Let's also give Push Me an opportunity. Push Me, what do you got?
Hey guys, yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about if you go back to 2008, because they used the country of Georgia as kind of the testing ground when they used the separatist areas as a pretense to invade. So, I mean, I don't think that was really about language because that's an entirely different language that they have there. You know, those two separatist states, they don't really speak Russian there. They speak a different dialect of Georgian. So it doesn't seem like a good enough excuse, right? To kind of invade a sovereignty, basically.
And Push Me, I just wanted to ask your opinion. You must have seen the interview, if that's what people want to call it, between Zelensky and Trump and the breakdown there. What's your opinion on Trump and how things have been going, and also your opinion about what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I voted for Trump, but I thought it was pretty obscene. I thought it was I think it was a setup. I think they knew what they were going to do before they brought him in, and they jumped on any kind of anything he said. They jumped on just to be able to kind of kick him out of there, right? I think that it was a setup for Putin to watch on TV. I think their agenda is China, number one. I don't think Trump wants to waste time on Russia. So, you know, since Russia is providing a lot of cheap oil for China, that's probably kind of his goal. And then he can always say, hey, yeah, I was kind of hard with him, but now we have the Europeans paying more. So there you go. I did my job.
So I think that's all a pretty good description of what happened and also the reasons why it may have happened. But how do you feel ethically about it? Like, through your own moral standard, you voted for Trump. This is how Trump is representing the United States of America. Does his presidency thus far want you to revoke your vote for him, or do you still have some faith or hope that there's going to be some good here, or do you think it's all been good anyway?
No, I think in the grand scheme of things, I agree with kind of broader themes. I don't agree with tariffs, but like the general patriotism and immigration, things like that. America first, basically. Generally speaking, I agree with. I think what he did was kind of honestly despicable. The fact that they did it on the air and it was a setup job. But if you look at it from the standpoint of America first, it might not actually be a bad play, especially since I don't think any Americans want to have soldiers in Ukraine. Doesn't matter really what they're defending, what kind of, if it's an invasion that's unfair, I'm not sure that Americans want to be there anyway. I don't think most Americans even know where Ukraine is on the map.
Yeah.
So,
we'll
getting
get
us
some,
out of there? Yeah.
We'll get some responses to what you said. I'm sure there's a lot of responses in the room. Something to consider here is how your behavior as president reflects on your nation to other nations, and there's been quite a unanimous response from other nations around the world denouncing Trump's behavior, not just yesterday, but a lot of things Trump has been doing to harm the diplomatic efforts that have taken many years to build strong relationships with other countries, and there are a lot of opinions out there saying that Trump is squandering that capital for the United States. And I see that. Like, I think he is squandering it. I think he has hurt his relationship with Canada. He's really hurt his relationship and credibility with most of the nations around the world with how he, kind of appeased Russia in how he's communicating with Zelensky, and also the extortion issue. If anyone wants to weigh in on that, extorting the Ukraine for minerals while they're under war duress. Which, by the way, I think if a deal like that was ever signed, probably the next president to come in, the most badass, righteous thing they could do is tear up that agreement, even though it's worth $500 billion. But I don't even think that agreement's going to get signed. But I thought I would just throw that out there. Let's get some responses to what Push Me said. Robin, do you have one? Did you have a response, Robin? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Well,
I can't talk.
Yeah, no worries. I know Robin's driving sometimes when she's on the air here. So, anyone else, feel free to jump in here.
Yeah, I think from an America First perspective, what happened with Trump and Zelensky made no sense at all. I think looking at it from the fact that Trump is advocating on behalf of Putin and Russia, who are our largest enemies in the world, and it strengthened Russia and Putin. But from an America First perspective, it was very detrimental to that. It had the opposite effect of benefiting America. If anything, it weakened America in the eyes of the entire world. We lost a lot of credibility, a lot of status. Now we look like schoolyard bullies. We're represented. We elected a schoolyard punk. Because let's be honest, that's how Trump sounded and looked. He looked like a schoolyard punk bully, and that's how he treated Zelensky. Because that's who he is. So if you want to say America first and elect a punk schoolyard bully, well then you got your priorities kind of askew.
Yeah, I think
I would say China is more of a. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Trey. I was just gonna say here to what Fafo was saying is that's the way I see it as well. But go ahead, Trey. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. Push Me said that that Trump is considering China. I hadn't thought about that. What do you think about that, Fafo? China as the number one threat to America rather than Russia.
China's they want to be dominant. They want to hurt us, but not destroy us. Well, I don't understand why you think this doesn't have to do with Ukraine. Are we shifting the discussion to U.S.-China relations?
Well, no, you said that Russia was the number one enemy to the United States. What do you think about China? Is it number two or what?
Sure, number two. number one, number two. What does it matter?
Can I just add the context of, Greenland and Panama? I think on top of that, right, Trump is pretty much, he ran on the fact that China was his number one priority to kind of push back on them a little bit. I just don't think he's really concerned about Russia as much. And it seems like if the rest of the world is concerned about Russia, I think he's trying to get them a little bit more involved and not have Americans kind of spend their time on it. That's what it seems like to me. It is pretty despicable if you consider the fact that there were previous agreements with England and the U.S. to kind of protect Ukraine in case anything happened, but that was reneged on by previous administrations. So it seems like, yeah, he's bullying and taking advantage of Zelensky and Ukraine's situation, but despite the optics of it, I still think that's in the Americans and kind of the American people's better interest than having actual boots on the ground. Like, I don't know why Russia is our number one enemy, right? Like, I mean, why do you think that's the case?
Because it's always been Putin. That's his life's mission. I mean, what's missing here? Putin's life mission has been to take down the United States. I mean,
I think what's missing is, like, if you consider the fact that, just from like an objective standpoint, and again, I voted for Trump, but previous to that, I voted Libertarian the two previous election cycles. But I mean, you can't deny the fact that even if it is just like an excuse, the fact that NATO has been expanding their reach is something that he can kind of show in everybody's face, saying, hey, this is why I've become more aggressive. Now, I'm not saying that justifies it, but my point is, like, there's an entire world out there that doesn't see that side of, the fence as aggressors. So just, like, what's your opinion on that? I mean, why not try to get peace?
That's Russian, that's RT news propaganda that you're spewing, that this was a defensive move by Russia to a NATO infringement.
I'm not saying it's a defensive move. I'm just saying, like, and I said, right, like, I'm not saying that justifies anything, right? I'm just saying, like, objectively speaking, NATO has expanded, right? So I think if you go back to Trump's previous kind of moves in his previous administration of trying to get Europeans to pay more for NATO and Americans to be less involved, or at least increase everybody else's stakes, this is kind of like continuing the theme. It's a little bit drastic, but it's not any different than what he was trying to do before. So if you're talking about
continuation of NATO is a great thing. We want NATO to expand. NATO's kept us safe since World War II. NATO is the most powerful military alliance in the history of mankind. I see nothing wrong or negative about expanding it, strengthening it, and doing all we can to support it, because that's what keeps us safe. And then if you want to do something to hurt NATO, well, you're not really that interested in keeping America safe, because America's part of the world. We live in this big world, and there's a lot of bad guys out there. And the more powerful allies we have, the more people in NATO, the safer we are. So I don't understand this disdain or distaste or dislike of NATO. We're threatened by this advancing NATO. I just don't understand the fear or the logic.
And the thing about it is Trump has been totally dishonest about how much contribution other countries give anyway. I mean, there has been, like, almost in this Ukrainian thing, there have been little bitty small nations whose GDP is like not even 1% of ours that have give like way more of their percentage of their GDP, which actually they were in more danger from Russia invading. So that makes sense. But to just say because we're mighty and we can defend ourselves, we don't care about everybody else, it's just horrible. I mean, and that's not, America first it's just a ridiculous concept, I think. There's nothing patriotic about the people who are America first. They're not patriotic. They supported attacking our capital over an election, over lies, over an election lie.
Well, was that America first attacking the Capitol?
Yeah, they were hollering America first, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was also the Nazis that say that too.
I think that's like conflating a bunch of stuff together, right? I mean, when I say America first, I mean like, is it in our best interest? Not is it patriotic? Is it in our best interest to have soldiers in Ukraine?
We don't have soldiers over there, though.
Right. And I think that's what he was trying to prevent, right? I think that's what Zelensky is asking for in terms of security is soldiers, because that's the only thing that's going to deter.
I didn't hear that at all. That he said we want soldiers. I didn't hear that.
He wants security, like he wants security.
Agreements. Yeah,
He knows
that
that
doesn't mean
he's not going to
soldiers.
get soldiers. He
That
knows
doesn't mean
that.
soldiers.
Right, but
I
a
didn't come-
security agreement means that there's going to be backup there to stop Putin from invading again, because
There's lots of ways to have security agreements.
Like,
Or maybe it means that he just wants to be sure that he's going to have the support without having extortion or blackmail put against him.
right. So how's he going to get that support without having actual people on the ground? How's that different than an actual ceasefire?
Military support and economic sanctions against Russia.
It's called being part of NATO.
Well,
being
they
part of
already have
NATO is
sanctions.
a
He
security
doesn't even
alliance.
have to be a part of NATO. He just doesn't even have to be a part. We just could keep our word of what we promised we would do
Right, but
to
the word
begin
isn't
with.
enough. The word isn't enough for Zelensky because he's seen it broken multiple times. So, I mean, he's got to see something, some reassurance there in order to give up the land, right? He's got to say, hey, I could give up the land, but you guys have to give me some assurances, and your word isn't enough. Like, I got to see actual people there so that
You're saying what Zelensky is meaning, but he's not saying what you're saying.
He
He's
asked for
saying
that.
Real quick.
And it's not his fault that our word is not worth anything. It's our fault, not his.
Our word isn't worth anything. Russia's word isn't worth anything. Russia has continually backpedaled on all of their agreements to
Right. So he's not going to agree to anything then unless there's boots on the ground.
And he has no reason to agree to anything.
Exactly. So you need boots on the ground to show good faith. That's the point. And Trump doesn't want to do that.
So when you guys say it sounds like you guys want Ukraine to be a part of NATO, and Alex, I think you've been mentioning it earlier that Russia keeps invading these countries, and NATO would prevent him from invading these countries. But the point has also been said that Russia wants to establish the USSR once again. So, are y'all willing to put each of these countries, bordering countries, on Russia into NATO, knowing the chances are of Russia attacking them, thereby enlisting the United States into a war with Russia? Are y'all willing to accept that?
We already have
100%.
That's what's going to happen anyway.
I voted for Trump to not get into a war, essentially.
There's tons of
We have not
countries in Europe
supported-
in NATO. There's tons of countries around Russia that are in NATO. So your hypothetical is, do we want them in? It doesn't. The reality is, there's Norway, there's Estonia, there's Latvia, there's Lithuania, Poland, Finland.
You're right.
Turkey. These are all countries in NATO. So what hypothetical do you envision that doesn't
Ukraine.
exist?
I said Ukraine being a part of NATO. That would be a hypothetical.
Yeah, Ukraine should definitely be a part of NATO.
So
So
Ukraine gives away a part of its sovereign nation to Russia so that they're no longer in conflict with Russia so that they can join part of NATO. And then the other countries that Putin, not Russia, but like Putin wants to join back into the USSR, also join NATO as a preventative measure because he's going to try to take them. He has already said that that's the thing that he wants. So
well, they cannot be in NATO because NATO allies are required to have like certain preventative measures.
Yeah.
And that requires places for them to allow nuclear weapons to be placed on their property and stuff like that. And so that's why that they are not allowed to be NATO, because they are considered aggressive to Russia by putting a nuclear weapon beside their nuclear weapons. And so those countries should not necessarily be in NATO, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't support them.
So everyone, please hold on. please hold on to your thoughts. I want to keep this going, but quickly, I just want to say hello to everyone on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. Smash the like button on the stream. We're going to be talking about issues relating to Trump and what's going on overseas all day. I want to say hello. We've given a few of our new members a chance to speak, but I want to give a shout out to Stupak. Stupak, do you have anything to add? If you're new to Discord, you just have to unmute.
Oh, hey, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the chat.
No worries.
Yeah, no, I'm just new here, but my question that I keep thinking of is that Trump seems to do things that benefit him, and I'm curious how these actions and his comments with Ukraine and Russia, how this will benefit him in the long run. Just curious if people have thoughts.
I think that's an excellent question, because it is hard for me to view, like I'm trying to do the Trumpian lensing on what occurred yesterday, and looking at, and I've been reading today at how like the big Trumpers are trying to spin this into some kind of victory or a good thing, but it seems like it's turned into this. The people that are cheering this on are the people that, like Trump, see bullying as a virtue. See bullying as a show of strength as opposed to a show of weakness, like I see bullying. So it's I'm seeing a lot of that today. So it is hard to try to lens, look at this through the Trumpian lens, and trying to find some silver lining in it that Trump could even make sense to his audience. I think on the geopolitical stage, it's quite obvious. The rest of the world has spoken their leadership, and they have denounced what Trump has done, and have given Ukraine a big peace of mind in further supporting their plight in defending themselves. But yeah,
and I'll say, like, if we're going to talk about like how this directly benefits Donald Trump the person, the dude has like one friend, and it's Putin, and this will make Putin happy, so Donald Trump will be happy because now Putin's happy.
No. That's not it. It's not just making Putin happy makes Donald Trump happy. This is about business. This is about money. This is about Trump's money. Trump has billions and billions of dollars to make in Russia alongside Putin. And to be friends with Putin means Trump gets, more and more filthy rich. This is about Trump's pockets, plain and simple.
And he owes money. He owes money to banks in those countries. He has, like the Russian people don't remember this, but he has like some like I want to say like $250 million or $250 billion or something like that worth of loans coming due in like the next few years that he owes like the world banks all over. And
he won't have to pay off those Russian banks if he keeps this up.
Trey,
yes, exactly. That's what he knows.
Yeah, go ahead, Trey. Yeah,
I was going to say, if he's so motivated by money, wouldn't he want Russia to take Ukraine so he could do more business with Putin?
Yes.
Like all of Ukraine, right? Because he's ultimately motivated by money.
We can't.
He wants Russia to take Ukraine. He don't care.
That's what he wants. But he's not going to say that out loud. You're asking why he doesn't say that out loud?
So
that would destroy the credibility of the United States of America. That's why he doesn't say it out loud.
I mean, okay, so if he gets a ceasefire, you think he'll just make deals with Putin for the land that Putin just got from Ukraine? Or what?
You seem to think that Trump doesn't operate from a standpoint that put money in my pockets. Have you noticed what Trump has done steadily over the past 50 years?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like so Trump benefits from Putin taking Ukraine, right?
Trump only operates in his best interest. Yeah, that would help him. If Putin took all of Ukraine, Trump would be ecstatic. Is that the question?
So why does he want to stop the war?
He wants to stop the war because he's the president of the United States, and he's come out and said, "I'm here to make peace."
I just feel
I don't think he wants to stop it. I don't think he wants to stop it. He didn't.
Yeah, but
he didn't show any kind of diplomatic.
you're taking him at his word, which is very, very odd for like the most lying president a million times over. Like you honestly take him when he says things, I want peace.
Fafo,
You think he wants peace?
Fafo, didn't you just yell at me a little while ago saying that he was going to get out of NATO and that's enough for you?
Enough for me? What does it mean enough for me?
That's enough for you to trust that we're on our way out of NATO. Like you just yelled at me like 10 minutes ago about that.
I didn't yell at anybody. Yeah, no, I believe Trump wants us out of NATO. I have no reason to disbelieve that. Everything the man says isn't a lie. But when he says I'm doing things benevolently, philanthropically, I'm doing it for the benefit of mankind, that's a load of shit. This is a guy who creates fake universities. This is a guy who defrauds companies and doesn't pay his employees or his contractors. This is a criminal. I mean, who do you think Trump is?
No, I just want to press you on that a little bit. It seemed like two things that couldn't be true at the same time. But would y'all agree that this is kind of a major extension of the Cold War? I mean, y'all were saying how you do want these countries back, or you want these countries into NATO, furthering escalatory position, right? Because now the United States would literally have to get into a war when Putin attacked one of these countries.
It's not escalatory. It's not escalatory. NATO is de-escalatory. It's always been de-escalatory. Look at history.
That's fine.
Let's say NATO bigger is not escalatory. It's de-escalatory. You got it backwards.
Okay, so let's say NATO extends to Ukraine, and like everybody, well, not everybody, but like how Alex was saying, Russia wants to establish a USSR again. He attacks a NATO country. Therefore, the United States becomes involved into this conflict. Then, would y'all agree that this is kind of like a Cold War status again, where Russia had nuclear weapons in Cuba and we had nuclear weapons in Turkey? Like, isn't that something we want to avoid?
Yes, I'd like it if we didn't, but if we send troops to Ukraine, it would be a proxy war with Russia.
Yeah, we're not supposed to send troops. We're not going to send troops. That's not even in an agreement.
Yeah.
A lot of our troops are in NATO, though. That's kind of the thing, right?
Yeah. So
well, then, I don't know. This is kind of like we should agree. It seems like we should compromise with criminals and to get instead of like arresting them for committing crimes. Why don't we just negotiate and like pander to people who want to rob banks and stuff?
Yes, and so to Zelensky's point for continuing to fight this war is that Putin has already proved that he will sign an agreement. He will make it so oh no, I will not invade a sovereign nation. I will not attempt to take borders of a sovereign nation. He has agreed on that and then gone back on those words. And then he's gone publicly on TV and gone, no, of course I would never do that thing, and do the thing the next day. So to Zelensky's point, is what and I would ask everyone what would that look like for Russia, for Putin to be no, I actually won't attack you next time. What does that even look like?
Well, and Russia has interfered in our elections. So they have meddled in our elections and meddled in our media and stuff. So I don't see how anybody could say that they're not our biggest enemy.
Doesn't China own farmland in the United States? Is that true?
Yeah, but they have destabilized. That Russia has destabilized our whole country. That's why we're at this polarization of fighting with each other and all the lies that they've told and propagated, and they're enjoying it. They're enjoying the hell out of it.
Does China have cyber security attacks on the United States too?
Oh, I'm sure they do. Yeah. But I mean, Russia, and I'm sure China has meddled in our elections. But the thing about it is there's no reason to put China any higher than Russia.
It's not
we are all meddling in each other's elections. There's cyber attacks from the U.S. to Russia to China, and we are all doing the same thing to each other.
Right.
I think actually there is a reason to put China ahead of Russia. And the war is the number one reason, because Russia is significantly weaker now than they were before. And China is taking advantage of kind of our, I guess, external relationships. So like Greenland, Panama, right? And there's probably places in Africa that we don't even know about that they're doing business. So I think Trump's whole campaign was built on pushing China back. So I think that's his number one focus. And if he doesn't, so I think Zelensky has no reason to agree to a ceasefire or any proposal from Trump unless there's a security guarantee. But the only kind of security guarantee there is if there's boots on the ground that would deter Russia. And I don't think Trump wants to do that, right? So that's why he's pushing him to just sign a ceasefire and worry about that later. But so you can't say, obviously Zelensky has to keep fighting for his country, but I don't think it's going to be easy to convince the American people that we should have troops in Ukraine, especially when most American people consider China, I think, at this point, a bigger threat than Russia, especially.
Why do you think that sending troops would be the only way we can secure Ukraine?
Because first of all, it started in Georgia, right? But then look at all of the things that Putin has done. Unless there's a deterrent there of actual European nations, NATO, or Americans, he's just going to keep coming back. That's the nature of the beast, right? Like if he sees weakness, he's going to keep going back.
The thing with Georgia is that he attacked Georgia when Georgia was not in the NATO yet. Only when Georgia wanted to join the NATO.
Yeah, and Ukraine wasn't either, right? Ukraine's not in NATO either. So he uses those separatist states as a pretense to attack and then install a puppet, government there. And it works in Georgia.
So do you think that his prime...
I don't see Russia attacking a NATO country.
No, they won't. No, they
never
won't.
have. They won't. Exactly. They won't.
So, okay, wait. If we put one and one together and we get Ukraine into NATO, then what happens?
Problem solved.
Well, that's to you guys. That's the risk, right? That's why he said, hey, there is a risk. Do you want to gamble it? Because Russia does have nuclear weapons. So you're taking the risk on behalf of the whole world, basically.
I think we eliminate that risk by getting a peace deal where the Ukraine does need to give up some land, and then the rest of Ukraine, which is still around, will be joining the NATO.
Russia would never go for that. That's the problem. Russia would never sign a deal.
Just think about how we reacted when Russians were in Cuba. Just think about that. And that's how Russians are reacting right now, right? So the more you push towards it, the more you're kind of like threatening them, or they feel they're threatened. Let's say you're not even threatening them, right? Let's say your whole thing is NATO is a deterrence. Okay, cool. But they might not feel that. And if you keep pushing, I feel like it's counterproductive to basically tell the American people, hey, NATO is protecting us. Like no American feels that NATO is protecting them. Like
I do.
Okay.
I do.
From what? We're most of the soldiers in NATO, though.
Well, do you know where like World War II? Do you know anything about World War II and how we got dragged into it because of the what was going on across this is a smaller world than it's ever been.
NATO protects Europe, not the U.S., and the U.S. makes up a large part of NATO.
It protects our security, national security. Depends on the other countries of the world being.
Real quick, we got into World War II because Japan attacked us at Pearl Harbor, not because of what was going on in Europe.
Yeah, but ask why they attacked Pearl Harbor. It's because we're messing with their oil in like the Dutch Indies or something. So there's always kind of somebody. You could keep going back looking for the first mover, right? But the point is, if you're Trump and you were elected on a campaign of China is our number one enemy, then you probably don't want to waste time in Russia. That's what it seems like. But you know what?
Then why did he put more tariffs on our neighbors than he did China then?
No, I think the whole debate about
the whole debate that, China is a bigger enemy, this has been well documented by numerous government agencies. The degree of Russia's interference with our elections, with destabilizing our entire society, it's well documented. I don't understand. Well, it's China. I mean, just read the U.S. intelligence community assessment, right? Read the Mueller report. There's Senate Intelligence Committee reports. There's European, Union reports. Russia's interference in America's business is well documented. Their intent to harm us is well documented. I don't see the confusion about what's happening. Why is there so much confusion?
I don't think you can. Those two things are separate. Like the intent is separate. Obviously, there's bad actors who have the same intent, right? They all want to destroy America. So you can't say, hey, Russia wants to destroy it more than China. Maybe they're more effective in one area, but the point is that China has more money. We're more integrated economically with them. They have more people. They have more influence around the world. I mean, like, they are the next superpower.
And that integration, but you pointed it out, that integration protects us. They're not going to destroy us when they're so dependent on us, when we're so integrated.
I don't think so, because we're debtors. We're not the ones producing
I think
stuff.
you're wrong about China. Have you seen their population decline that will, like, over the next, 10, 15 years?
I think the Russian one too.
I mean, they're going to go down to what, like 750 million? In like, what was it, like 50 years? I don't even remember the number, but it was like huge.
If you're seeing population decline as a metric to determine threat, and Russia's far below that. Russia's way down that ladder.
I mean, I don't understand this division that you guys are making between China and Russia, as if they're like separate.
Well, they're not separate, but we have resources that are limited. Like, we can't be police all over the world, right? And there's a bigger threat, ostensibly, which is China. So I'm not even saying that I believe it 100%. I'm saying Americans basically voted on that. So it's hard to tell Americans hey, we gotta go into Ukraine. Like, when the whole platform was, we're trying to protect against China.
We never asked to go into Ukraine. Nobody has ever.
There's a confusion there. Okay, there's a conflation between assistance and our troops on the ground over there. Like, our assistance.
Nobody has ever mentioned that.
Yeah, no, our assistance has thus far been like money, munitions, and that's it. That's all of our. That's all our assistance is.
Right,
and
but Zelensky wants security guarantees. How can you guarantee security without boots on the ground?
It's been you get them into NATO and get them Article 5 protection. What do you mean?
It would be joining NATO, finding a way. Like, we are this major political. We are a powerhouse. We're a superpower of the world. It is well within our ability to go to NATO and to have negotiations with them to allow for Ukraine to join them and side with them. But we're not doing that.
Real quick,
in order to do that, Ukraine also cannot have any disputed territories.
Yes, and
by the way, Turkey is a part of NATO, and they disagree with that.
Look, we can go to NATO. They are people. We can negotiate with them. We can go there with Zelensky. God, Trump is terrible at negotiating. He's a horrible speaker. But, like, yes, it would be Trump and Zelensky going to NATO and being like, hey, I know that that's your rule most of the time. Let's
right, but they've been trying that since 2014, though. So it doesn't really...
Yes,
they were trying to join the EU in 2014, not NATO.
That was 11 years ago. People and situations both changed.
At one time, we were powerful enough that we could get anything done by just asking, and now Trump has just turned the whole world against us and lost every bit of the power that we had. So we're he's no longer the leader of the free world like they used to say.
Yeah, and that's what I've been saying. Trump showed America's weakness yesterday when he suggested that Zelensky should surrender. That is our weakness.
I will say one thing that I do agree that it's a bad precedent for Taiwan and China. I don't think that it set a good example. I think that they should have done it behind closed doors if they were going to do it that way. But I have to go back to, it's not realistic. First of all, there's bylaws, right, where they're not going to bring a country in that's in a dispute or let alone a war. But there's also other members in NATO that disagree with this, like Turkey. But aside from all that, I don't think anybody wants to kind of escalate things on the nuclear front. So, the only thing you can do is, okay, let's say those are the two options, right? Which is have Ukraine join NATO or have boots on the ground to deter. Both of those are like seen from the Russian side as aggressions. And so they would just keep, fighting at the very least, forget about nuclear weapons. They would keep those separatist areas under conflict. So I don't see how that would work for anybody aside from just draining resources.
Do you have an example of anybody asking for boots on the ground?
No, well, I wanted to say
yes. It's the security guarantee. That's what that means.
No. That's your interpretation of it. I want to know where there is actual
That's the difference between ceasefire, right?
Can we talk about? Can we clarify that a security agreement or security does not require boots on the ground? Do we acknowledge that there's other ways to get security?
Well, that's your interpretation of that.
Putin is just going to come in. If there's nothing to deter him, he's just going to come in.
Let me give you one idea. Let me give you one idea. What if we just said, here's the deal. Putin, if you go into Ukraine, no boots on the ground, we're going to give them every military weapon they need to blow you back to Russia. Would that be a good enough?
We've done that. We've done that, and that's
why we haven't.
No, we haven't. We have not given them everything. That's not true.
Nuclear weapons. You're saying to give them nuclear weapons, right?
I also don't think any American really wants to write a blank check to Ukraine. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
I never said nuclear weapons, but I said every military weapon possible. I didn't say nuclear weapons. I'm not advocating for a nuclear holocaust here.
Nuclear weapon is a part of, quote, every military.
Okay, man. If you want to, play on words and pretend that I meant nuclear weapons, I didn't mean
let's not
nuclear
play on
weapons.
words, but let's not play on words. But Russia does have nuclear weapons, and he said that if he's ever brought to the brink of, let's say, losing war.
This is Russia propaganda. So many headlines. Russia is going to drop a nuclear. No, he's not. You know how many red lines we've crossed? You know how many times Putin has said, I'm going to drop a nuclear weapon on the United States? They say that in RT News every day of the week, just about. And they're never going to do that.
I don't know why you're hung up on RT News.
You should watch RT News because that's what Russia's about.
I'm just using common sense for if somebody has a nuclear weapon.
You guys,
hey, real quick.
The back and forth is good. Just make sure we can hear what everyone's saying, and it's this is all fine. But let's just make sure we let each other finish.
I just wanted to say real quick that we already talked about the whole NATO expansion, and a few people here did say they're fine with it, and a few people did say that they're fine with a direct conflict between the U.S. and Russia. Now, I pulled up the intelligence report, FAFO, annual threat assessment. It's declassified, of course. Anybody can pull it up. China is the first nation that it mentions. Russia is the second one. There's a line here.
So what?
It's not like there's an ongoing war with China either.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I don't get the comparison with China at all.
Hold on, guys. Let me finish. It says it's an interesting quote here. It says China vies to surpass the United States in comprehensive national power and secure deference to its preferences from its neighbors and countries around the world, while Russia directly opposes the United States in an attempt to assert leverage regionally and globally. So it's like
Can I ask a question about your thoughts on China's, let's say, role in effectively de-dollaring the world? So
this is about Ukraine.
On that as a threat.
I thought we're talking about Ukraine and Trump right now.
Well, we are. I mean, push me. That's interesting, but maybe we could stay.
Well, the reason I ask because the trade between Russia and China is in yuan.
It's in
And
what?
So the trade between Russia and China is in yuan. It's Chinese money. And since this war started in Ukraine, they got them off of the SWIFT system, right? So essentially, there's less countries trading in dollars since then, and more of them are bringing, gold in, just kind of like as an offset against American dollars. So, like, what are your guys' thoughts on that being a threat economically, right? As a threat to the United States. So meaning, forget about
I mean, it's silly. It's silly because it's not comparable at all. One thing is war. Another thing is you guys are not doing great economically. Like, too bad. Do better. Like, what the fuck? Why are you considering China your enemy because they're doing better than you are economically? Just do better. There's nothing to do with war. Like that's my 2 cents on that on that comparison.
Also, we can also do two things at once. It is like if we are fighting an economic battle, like we have a whole department to do that. And if we're fighting a physical battle, we have an entire another department to do that. There is no reason why we cannot do both of those things at the same time. They are very different things.
Right, but why are you guys so eager to have an actual war with Russia is my question.
Nobody's eager to have a war. Nobody's here is eager to have a war, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's just clarify this one thing then, because Alex, you said that Russia is expanding no matter what. Every deal that Putin takes, he lies and he expands. But then we also saying that we want Ukraine in NATO. So are you taking a calculated risk there that Russia will stop its expansion when NATO?
Yes, it's a good calculated risk. It's one we're willing to take, 100%.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
And also, I wanted to say something. I don't know how many people are like Americans here, but I actually live in Europe, and I live in Sweden, and next to Sweden is Finland, and Finland is next to Russia. And Russia and Finland, they had great relationship for like 100 years. Finland became independent in 1917. And even they had a great relationship for so many years, like great quote unquote, but they had like diplomatic relationships. And when Finland decided to join NATO, I think that should be a huge indicator that there is no good diplomatic relations to have with Russia.
No. And so the calculated risk that I am saying that they should take by joining NATO is the only answer that I'm hearing right now is war. Like, people will just continue to fight. They give up their land, Putin invades it anyway. Like, it just keeps happening. The only way to stop that from happening is for them to join NATO, or for us to send over a ton of troops, like you were saying. So and either way, either of those things could result in a world war. Like,
but look what happened.
So we're kind of saying that the world war is sort of inevitable, but I think the best way to have that not happen or extend it for as long as possible would be for Ukraine to join NATO. And I think the best way for Ukraine to join NATO would be to have a conference with them now with the nations that agree that they should be able to join even while in conflict. So that way Trump is more likely. So if they can join while in conflict, I believe that Putin will be more likely to de-escalate after that.
I would like to add that, like, the fact that no country can join when they have disputed territories is actually like a very good thing about NATO, because that was when other countries joined NATO, they joined NATO with those being the pretense, right? So if you basically were to change to a pretense that policy after countries have joined NATO, and they're actually extremely jeopardizing for these other countries that join NATO. Like, they join NATO with the policy being you cannot have any disputed territories. But then if other countries with disputed territories join later anyway, then you basically put all the other countries in war, because now a NATO member is invaded, and now there's war. Like, that's just not acceptable for the
Not to mention that Turkey doesn't want them in NATO, and Turkey is a big member.
I
don't think they have to be in NATO. I don't think they fit the standards of what NATO asked for. I think that we just need to keep supporting them and make sure that Ukraine does not have to lose territory. And I think that Russia maybe by giving them military the same way we have been, by keeping our word of what we would do.
Is basically what you're saying.
It's not a blank check. We didn't give them all that much money. We gave them ammunitions that we were dated anyway.
Yeah, but this war isn't going to end though, without a blank check.
It will end. It will end. Russia's economy is bad. They don't have an economy like we do. They don't have that.
You want to bring it down. So what you want to do is basically outspend Russia and wait until they get to the point where they can't spend anymore on the war.
Ukraine to win, because until they win, Russia will not get the message that they cannot do this.
And the argument that it's more expensive now to pay money to fight Russia is completely short-sighted and absurd, because if we don't end Russia now, we're going to be paying with real blood and real money in the future. So this is cheap. What we're giving to Ukraine now is dirt cheap. It's a great deal. And if we're saying it's so much money, we gave $500 billion, right? The guy sitting running our government now, who we didn't elect, has probably more than $500 billion. So let's get honest. We're not giving that much.
I got a question for you, right? Like, how many, short of nuclear weapons, like, how much more equipment is needed for Ukraine, which is a smaller country, smaller army than Russia, in order for them to win? And I don't know what winning even means here. I mean, getting their territories back, or outspending Russia. Like, what's the end goal here? Like, how do we say Ukraine won?
Okay, the entire war, we have mandated what Russia could do and what they couldn't do, what places they could attack, how far they could attack into Russia. Like, we did not allow them to attack into Russia. Like, we only allowed them to like protect their own territories, but they weren't allowed to attack Russia, to make Russia go back. And Biden lifted that like 2 weeks before he left office, so there wasn't even enough time to help him.
So you think now, after Russia has taken so much territory, which is essentially like a huge buffer between Ukraine and Russia, you think now Ukraine is in the position to invade Russia?
How much does Russia have? How much territory does Russia took? Because you can
look at a map. You can look at a map. It's pretty significant.
They took 11% according to the last CNN thing I saw. But Robin, could you answer that? Like, what is the definition for Ukraine winning this war?
Getting back every, like, wherever their territory was the day that Russia entered.
How can you say that before even seeing the map and seeing what they've taken so far?
Doesn't matter. It's illegally taken.
Well, yeah,
it's an illegal.
It matters. It matters in the real world, because you got to ask yourself, can they actually take it back?
They really can't.
They don't have to. I don't know. It's up to them. I don't know what they did.
It's up to
them.
It's up to
We're paying for it. It's up to them, but we're paying for it.
Then you have to bankroll them indefinitely.
No, we're not. Not just us.
You will. Are they continuing to bankroll them indefinitely as well? So you have like an eternal war that never ends?
You will have to, just like the U.S. bankrolled Afghanistan when Russia was there. It's necessary condition.
I don't see how they don't just take a loss here.
Right, or you do, or you don't. That's what I think. You either do what's right or you don't. It doesn't matter if doing what's right costs you too much money. Then just abandon it. Just don't do it what's right.
The whole point is it's not costing.
That's historical.
The whole point is not costing that much. So the whole basis that they're saying this is so costly, it's just not true. It's not that costly.
Let's say they printed $1 trillion. Let's say we could afford it and we could print them $1 trillion, and you give them all the tanks and everything you can, short of nuclear weapons. You think Ukraine could beat out Russia and push them out of their territories? That's what you're saying. Okay.
The way they have fought.
Yeah, I disagree.
As hard as they fought.
We're not by ourselves. We're the hypothetical. The hypothetical is not good.
If Afghanistan can withstand the United States for how long the United States are there, you don't think Ukraine with all of the arms minus nuclear arms?
We weren't fighting to take over Afghanistan. We weren't fighting to take over Afghanistan. That was a guerrilla war. We were trying to eradicate a specific group there. Russia literally will wipe territories out. Turn it into a parking lot. They don't care.
Hang on. Russia did this
Travis,
experiment in Afghanistan itself. They called it total war. So Russia did do this experiment in Afghanistan where they had the helicopters, they had the tanks, they blew everything to crap. But Afghanistan is really tough, and the Russians left.
Well, I think you might be underestimating the Ukrainian.
Yeah,
I think some people are
badass.
I think people are underestimating the Ukrainian people and how dedicated the Ukrainian people are to this cause. I think there's a big underestimation of that.
Old grandmas with
If really
bombs.
dedicated, then why does the government prevent them from leaving the country so they would fight the war? If they were dedicated, they would just all stay. And they wouldn't.
That doesn't make any sense. Ukraine is in a state of right. It's in a complete state of lockdown. So they need to make obligatory like mandate service now. They're being attacked. That point is completely mute. That there's some people that don't want to go to war and are by law conscripted. That's the case for every country.
This kind of martial law stipulation is not unique.
No, that would happen in any country that gets invaded.
Can I just suggest one thing, right? I mean, I don't think there's a question about Ukraine's dedication and bravery, and they might fight till the very end, right? But I just want to throw something out there. What if China starts putting boots on the ground there? Because they got a good amount of people.
Yeah, if China starts putting boots on the ground, then the U.S. better move their ass and put boots on the ground as well.
Like you're talking. You're talking about actions that would result in a call to war, right? So
not really, because they're not part of NATO.
Which, by the way, China.
NATO, so it wouldn't.
They're still an ally, and a threat to national security is of interest to NATO. This is something people need to understand.
So that's your point, right? So if China gets involved now, it's a real national security threat, right?
It might be. Might be.
Not if it's just Russia, right?
Well, it depends what Russia's doing. If Russia started to carpet bomb cities, killing millions of citizens right now, Russia would be destroyed. Or at least contained, and a new government would be placed in Russia. That's exactly what would happen.
Real quick,
I mean that's been happening since the war broke out.
No, that's not what's been happening. There has not been carpet bombing, killing millions of citizens. That's not what's been happening. That's not.
It's been contained. It's been contained at this point.
It has been contained capture of particular territories, and the fighting has been predominantly held to those particular territories. But what I'm talking about is like a bombing of Dresden situation. This would be catastrophic, of course, and this would cause many nations to declare war on Russia.
That might not be a good example, Travis, since the good guys were the ones that supposedly bombed Dresden.
No, but Dresden is a good example because Dresden was anyone who knows history and I think shares a similar ethical outlook to me sees it as a unnecessary retaliation to London.
It was horrific.
Dresden was not necessary, and I'm just giving that example because we've all seen the horrific historical footage of Dresden burning and the firestorms and everything. So,
and on this hypothetical, if China were to put troops in there, we've seen this before in the Korean War. We were fighting basically China. Because China sent their troops into North Korea, and that was the Korean War. So the U.S. did send boots to the ground, and at the time, South Korea wasn't a part of NATO.
Right, but the point is, I don't think Americans want that. Like, we don't want to get to that point, right?
No, I mean, I don't. But
so the only thing to stop Chinese soldiers being brought in, like the North Koreans were brought in, the only thing to stop that is Russia not completely being on the brink of losing a war. And let's say us cutting a blank check would get them to that point. I'm sure they would go to China for boots on the ground.
Yeah.
So basically what you're saying is that.
So we just give up, right? That allows
sounds like some Russian propaganda.
To do anything.
Yeah.
If we're saying that the only thing that's going to stop them is America cutting a blank check to Ukraine, then there's nothing that will stop Russia from doing anything. They can bully their way until they've taken everything back.
We just might as well give them the keys to America then, if they're that bad.
My point is, you can't just cut them a check, right? Cutting a check isn't going to win the war for Ukraine. So what's the alternative? I mean,
Nobody cut them a check. We gave them dated ammunitions, and we used our own people, the economy of the American economy, so it provided jobs for people. And we rebuilt new modern ammunitions for us, for our military. These were things that were being phased out of our military anyway. And we found a double use for them because we actually we granted them to Ukraine, and we used
Can I just?
I think it's just a metaphor. Cutting a check.
We recycled.
Can I just add one
detail? Sorry, go ahead.
Just one detail about China, which is that at the start of the war, Russia already tried that. So they already sent a request for China to help them, and China said explicitly no at the start.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that this can't change. It is possible that this could change, but they did already refuse to participate in the war.
She has no reason. That does not help him to get in war. Yeah. She is not interested in getting in war. War costs money. She is trying to build up the riches of his country. He's trying to like build infrastructure across his country too. Like there's a whole bunch of China is still like rural area. They don't have bridges, roads, electricity, water, and he's been trying to install all that stuff for years, and it costs a lot of money.
Robin, it also it shocks me that we constantly hear the primary interest being, how much it's going to cost the American people money when our ally has been invaded by our great enemy, Mother Russia. It is shocking. It is shocking to me that we are constantly having conversations about needing to justify spending. And it's not like we're talking about justify spending that's going to cripple the United States of America. We're talking about spending that's on the scale of like our annual military budget, right? Our upgrading and maintaining the annual military of the United States of America. And I think that if the United States is quibbling over this amount of money when it comes to, like you've been saying, Robin, to do the right thing, I think we're in a lot of trouble.
But I actually don't think that
that's not really what I don't think it's a question about the money, right? Like I said, I laid out a hypothetical where let's say we have all the money in the world, and aside from not putting boots on the ground, right? We provide them with the best kind of military equipment, meaning the blank check is a metaphor for the best kind of military equipment, unlimited. So we're getting to the point where either Ukraine is going to win, right? Is on the brink of winning, and Russia is to the point where, let's say they don't go for the nuclear, but they go to China for support, or Ukraine is not able to win despite all of that new equipment. Which one is more likely? I think personally that I don't think they're going to win no matter what kind of equipment you give them, because you just got to look at the map.
There's a couple. There's a couple of nuances to look at in your example, in that if the United States and let's say the rest of the world pile on the advanced military equipment in the Ukraine for the Ukrainian people to use, and they start turning this war, Russia could start escalating and start the Dresden occupation and start carpet bombing highly populated.
Before the carpet bombs, right? Before the carpet bombs, they could just go for support to have people on that buffer zone, right?
Yeah. What I'm talking about though is if Russia crosses enough lines, which they haven't yet. It's been as terrible as it is. Russia has been trying to keep to be very careful with what they're doing because they understand that there are particular tripwires that they could trip over that would cause many nations to declare war on them in response to what they're doing to their ally. And that doesn't mean that, okay, fine, nuclear war, everyone dies. That doesn't necessarily mean that. But what it does mean is that some nations could say, we declare war on Russia. What our plan is, we're going to put troops on the ground in Ukraine. We're going to push the Russia lines back, and we're going to make things right again. That's what the war looks like to us. We are not going to directly attack Russia. But if there is any retaliation to our righteous move here, there's going to be consequences for Russia. Now, some people might say, oh, but aren't you afraid of what the bully Russia might do in response? No, because I don't operate, my ethics does not function based on what bully nations do on the geopolitical scale. You don't need to just say, oh, because Russia's big and scary, we need to appease their bidding.
Yeah, I don't think it's appeasing. I think it's just laying out the fact that if you start out with saying, hey, we're going to give them as much military equipment as possible until the very end of this thing, it's going to inevitably lead to boots on the ground from our side. That's the point.
Oh my God, you keep saying that.
If that's true,
there's no justification for saying that.
If that is true, then it's the right thing to do, and so be it.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Yeah,
know
but I don't want to send people on my end to die in Ukraine. So you could say it's right, but I don't.
You may not want to. You may not want to do that. You may not want to wanted to send American troops to Afghanistan and Iraq.
Or Germany.
Or Germany.
I definitely did not want them to be in Iraq. I definitely did not.
Like there were a lot of people that were scared of getting involved in World War II. A lot of Americans, they thought, a lot of people were like, that's Europe's problem. And they also
we got involved at the very end. That is true.
Yeah, but
we sure thought it was okay to defend Kuwait. We didn't have any problem at all jumping in there and defending Ukraine.
But that oil money, baby, oil money is real nice.
But you also understand that it was inevitable that the United States was going to get involved in World War II, right? It didn't take Pearl Harbor. If you understand anything about where how the feelings were escalating in the United States of America and how much support there was to get overseas and take care of this expansionist dictator, it didn't take the final straw happened to be Pearl Harbor, but there were many straws out there that could have been the final straws that were almost inevitable.
I think the Lusitania for us to join World War I, we were all already going towards joining World War I. We've always, every time there is a large-scale operation, it takes Americans a while to get on board with things, but eventually we realize, oh wait, no matter what happens, we're going to be involved in this anyway. So, and it was it's like I said, an hour ago, is if it makes this easier, imagine Ukraine as part of America. Yeah. Would you allow Russia to just take a piece of America?
Yeah.
And to me, that's like saying making Canada the 51st state, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, if we allow Russia the precedent of just take whatever you want, even if you agreed not to, then we're setting that precedent. We're allowing them to just take whatever the fuck they want.
The other thing too, I thought the United States of America was known for doing the right thing, what is good, what is right, like protecting allies from expansionists. I thought that's what the United States was known for, not for this America First nationalism. That's what I thought.
We used to brag about that.
So from my point of view, the right thing might be to try to not escalate it to a world war. Is essentially so. I guess there's two philosophies here, right? You guys want to hit them hard, fast, to try to avoid escalation, and I don't want to do that because I don't want to get into a world war.
Well, I never said. Your position is the Russian position.
You know, so you don't watch RT News, but you repeat and regurgitate RT News. So you should watch it. It's important. This is our enemy's position. This is our enemy's position. You are repeating. You should be aware of that.
I don't know. I'm in New York. You know, I don't really. I don't listen to Russian propaganda. I'm in New York. I vote. I was voting libertarian the last 2 elections, and I just thought. The alternative to Trump was nuts, so that's why I voted.
Let's not
It's
attack.
just common sense.
Trump's not nuts?
Let's focus on the ideas and not attack each other's credibility, please.
Yeah. I would
Okay.
like to.
Can I
I would.
say something at the baseline?
Oh, God, I don't
Guys, we know John Kiriakou, or Kiraku. I mean, he was like a CIA agent, and he went to work for Russian media. I don't know what's crazy to think that the Russian media simultaneously provide. I mean, Russia provides opportunities for people, and they also go to war with innocent liberal nations. That's, I mean, what's crazy about that?
I want to make one.
We let's recall some history really quick, and then I want to bring up something that we've been a theme here. The United States supports Ukraine, right, in this situation, and we extend NATO, right, and then let's say we do go to war with Russia, as you guys have been okay with, right? Or a few people here have been okay with. So then we start this war, and then from the U.S. There's only been
war.
Sorry,
Wait. We didn't start any war.
We get involved.
It really doesn't matter who starts the war if we're in a war.
It does
Oh,
matter.
no, it matters.
You better
It does
believe
matter
it
who starts
matters.
the war.
It matters.
I don't think it matters to the dead people. I really don't think it matters.
Nothing matters to dead people.
Nothing matters to dead people. Good point.
Let me just finish really
I
quick.
think
I'm
it does
almost done.
matter to the dead people to know who murdered them.
I'm almost
Absolutely.
done. We
No,
get
the
into
war.
this. We get into this war.
It matters to
Russia.
who the dead people leave behind. I think we're confusing something there.
I'm almost done. We get into this war with Russia. We know in all of history, only the U.S. has used atomic bombs. So why did the U.S. use atomic bombs? We used it against Japan because we wanted to end the war and reduce the casualties.
No,
so
that's not why we did it.
I just read on the internet right now.
They were already signing a surrender before we dropped the bombs.
It was a test.
We had firebombed. I think we killed over 100,000 people in our firebombings.
I don't.
So
think,
are you
Alex,
telling me
Alex,
that the
I'm not
US
sure that's. I'm not sure that's correct.
Yeah, no, let me check. Yeah,
I'm
But
actually.
no,
I'm actually.
Are you telling me the U.S. did not?
I think what
nuke
Trey.
them?
I think what Trey is saying is that. So the Japanese were showing no signs of resolve and surrender, and it was this was the idea that even though there were other things that could have potentially happened that could have caused more war deterrent or at least try and push the Japanese in the right direction. It seemed even from the top there was talk of we will never surrender, we're going to fight till the last dead, and with
bamboo spear.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's the second bomb I think you're referring to, Alex. I think you're referring to the second bomb.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and just a reminder too, Trey. Sorry, and then I'll shut up. But Japan was also a xenophobic, nationalized, racist death cult during World War II, compared to the United States, right?
But that's
using that word.
whatever. Trey, can you finish, please? Trey, what you're trying to say?
I am not trying to compare the U.S. to this. What I'm trying to say is, what if Russia gets to that point where they want to end the war and then they use their weapons?
Can I say something? I want to make
Then you're saying like we should be afraid of a guy who would drop nuclear weapons because he's getting resistance from invading our ally.
Yes,
I don't fear that one fucking bit. Fuck them.
The problem with that system, wait. The problem with that system is it will never end, right?
Yeah.
It will never end. So that's the thing, right? You have to put the foot down at some point.
You do. We put the foot down with Germany. It didn't work the first time because of after World War I, because many different reasons, and the treaty and the burden that was left on the Germans is probably looked at as a pretty bad geopolitical move to begin with, and not giving them a chance to rebuild in the right way. But after World War II, look at Germany now. That could be Russia in the future.
I want to make one point about
it's
Russia.
not something that you're
And-
suggesting just completely destroy. Like, it's crazy to me how eager you guys are to go to war with Russia. It really is.
No, I'm not eager. No. See, you are doing exactly what Trump is trying to do to Zelensky by way of Vladimir Putin. It's propaganda to say that it would be our fault when we are the ones defending innocence, defending our innocent allies. That's not our fault.
It doesn't matter to me whose fault it is if I'm at war. You keep saying the word propaganda. It's just an opinion.
Matters. No, of course it matters. Because your worldview doesn't work.
Let me make a point about the economy, the Russian economy. Okay, their major economic sustenance was selling energy to Europe, to the European Union. Okay, and because of all of this war, they have the European Union has transformed their energy, producing away from Russia. So they have hurt Russia's economy severely. Russia's economy is struggling. Anybody that knows, of course, you're not going to see it on state media, but their economy is struggling because of that. They lost their energy contracts with the European Union, and this has weakened their capital. As far as money, and so to pretend like that they are an equal power with the United States is ridiculous.
So basically, what you're saying is you want to fight till they're broke. Is basically what you're saying. You think they're going to go broke and they're just going to give up and go home.
We are going to kowtow to an inferior country, a country who is in no way our equal in military or economic status. We're going to just let them decide what we do if we do the right thing.
I don't
That's
think.
wrong.
I don't think anybody here wants to go to war. I don't think anybody anywhere really wants to go to war.
Correct.
And none of us are suggesting that we should escalate by showing our allegiance to Ukraine. That will hopefully be enough of a deterrent for Russia to stop, for Putin to stop doing directly what he is currently doing now.
Can I ask you guys something?
Can I jump in real quick?
May that escalate? Yes. Might it also not escalate?
Nate,
also true.
Nate, make it on topic related to the flow of the conversation, please.
Yeah, can I add something now, or does he go first and I go afterwards?
Nate, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just to not to be the moral dead weight, I think if we don't start with an optimistic view and we're talking about going to war with anyone, then that's a fairly evil idea. And so that's not a recommendation for someone to say like, well, I can learn a lot and then recommend war for people. But I don't know what people think the world is like, that they would be so absurd to casually throw around the idea of going to war with a nuclear state. It's reckless.
It's crazy. I want to get Push Me and Trey and User in, but let's first say hello to Undertow. Undertow, do you have anything to add? Welcome. I don't know.
Hello.
Hey.
Thanks for giving me the word. It's the first time I'm using Discord, so on YouTube. I'm actually a Romanian.
Okay.
So I'm bordering Ukraine basically, and over the Black Sea we're bordering Russia.
Yeah.
And Russia has actually invaded our country 4 times in the past 2 centuries, and it has influenced severely our politics and the development and the functioning of our state in the 20th century when they imposed the communist regime on our state. So it was like 5 decades of underdevelopment and of crazy economic choices that ruined our country, basically. And we had the revolution in 1989. And since then, we joined, we had a revolution, we became a democratic country because they imposed a dictatorship. And since then, we prospered, we joined the EU, we joined NATO just before, so we we had security, we had economic development, and now with Putin's ambitions, again, these expansionistic, imperialistic ambitions, he wants to create chaos in the region. He attacks on all the fronts, ideology, hybrid warfare, and now finishing with military warfare. And I think all of you guys that are still with the free world and with the democracies in this world, I think you should support the people that fight for this.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And I wanted to get your opinion, Undertow. I'm sure you're aware of what happened between Zelensky and Trump and J.D. Vance yesterday. What did you think of that whole situation?
Yeah, I just think that it is the reality. Like, it's crazy that we have seen the reality, which is not often presented in these kind of meetings.
Yeah.
And the first thing when Zelensky came in, he was asked, I don't know, by somebody in the back of Trump, like, why he's not wearing a suit.
Yeah.
And Zelensky was saying, I will wear maybe a more expensive one, a cheaper one. I was thinking, well, you know, he cannot wear a suit. Like, they are making uniforms for the army now. Like,
right.
They're not wearing suits anymore in that country. You know, they're fighting.
And
the
also
war.
Zelensky.
That was the most despicable question I heard there. That was insane.
I actually found that very disgusting. And also, if anyone who asking these questions did a little bit of research, Zelensky has made it very clear on multiple occasions and on his Twitter account that he's going to keep wearing plain clothes in solidarity with his people who are fighting and dying on the front lines, fighting these expansionists.
They don't
Russians.
want to understand. They don't want to understand.
Yeah, it's awful. We got a few new people joining us. Undertow, it's great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. We got
thank you very much.
Tristan, what are you hearing? Share your ideas with us. Tristan, come in, Tristan. Your mic might not be working. I'm just going to give Basilius the proper roles here so that Basilius can chime in.
May I chime in after the new ones have done it?
You bet.
Okay, good. I'll wait.
Yeah, Basilius, you're now live. What do you have to contribute here? Basilius, you're live. Check.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
I just joined. I just heard something about Zelensky. Nothing much. I don't know what's the topic.
Yeah, we're talking about Trump, the U.S. and their influence or lack thereof on what's going on in the Ukraine-Russia war. What are your general feelings on that? If you have any.
I think that Ukraine needs to defend itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think the United States of America should continue to fund and support with war materials the Ukraine in this, or do you think the U.S. should just stay out of it?
No. I think that U.S. should help Ukraine. If U.S. Stop helping Ukraine, Putin can do what he wants in Europe next. U.S. is like defender for now.
Mm. Yep.
I don't think that he's scared of Germany or of anyone in Europe.
Yeah. Yep. I think you're right about that. Tristan, I saw you unmuted. Do you have anything to add here? Tristan. Maybe not.
I just want to say too, there's an interesting historical thread of European and European and American nations standing up for free people all around the world. And so just into what Basilius was saying, if we're talking about Ukraine's right to defend itself, wherever that sits in sort of the philosophy and theory of things, this isn't Ukraine that was fighting a war on their own. It never was. Even if there's baggage that comes with Ukraine's journey from the Cold War to where it is today, these are things Western nations have to own. Even when there's negative externalities, and it doesn't undermine the fact that Ukraine has an unequivocal right to defend itself.
Right. Okay.
Maybe now Jay Lizard. Jay
Lizard, you're up. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I would just like to say that I personally don't think that it is realistic for Ukraine to take back all its territory. I think most probably, but not all. And I think that the best solution. So therefore, I think that if Ukraine managed to take back, let's say, the territories that does not include the Donbass and Crimea, I basically believe that in order to minimize casualties and minimize death and to end wars, I think it's actually the preferred solution is to just cut losses and to say it's water under the bridge and try to build a better future.
So, Jay Lizard, just to ask you a question about that. So you're just from what you're saying, it sounds like you're saying the casualties that would be saved in, I think what seems like appeasement, that's better over. Do you think that's better overall to be sending that kind of message to other nations and specifically Russia that we are going to appease their expansionism?
Well, yeah, I would definitely think that it's humans not dying to get a territory back that they already lost. That in many aspects depending on the sources, didn't really want to, or it had a lot of skirmishes with the Ukrainian regime in the first place. I do think that the fewer people dying is better than to.
So you wouldn't though for World War II hold that same opinion, right? I assume.
Well, my opinion about World War II is that's also what's under the bridge.
Okay. But you.
I think he's referring to Poland, but there was no NATO before that, and nuclear weapons.
No.
Nuclear weapons are the real wild card.
No. I'm dealing with exactly what Jay Lizard said. I'm not dealing with nuclear weapons or anything else. I'm talking about Jay Lizard seems to have this philosophy about if we're going to save lives, that means it's the right thing to do.
I share his philosophy, by the way. And the reason I said Poland, right, is because when Germany went into Poland, there was this appeasement policy, right? Okay, but there was no backstop of nuclear weapons, meaning Germany now has nuclear weapons, France has nuclear weapons, England has nuclear weapons. So that kind of expansionism doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Nuclear weapons are a bluff.
But see, the problem with that philosophy...
I also agree. Let's let Tristan go because Tristan's new, and I do agree with you that nuclear weapons are almost always and maybe will be from now until the end of time a bluff. But go ahead, Tristan.
It depends if you're talking about nuclear bombs or tactical nuclear weapons.
Let's let Tristan
go.
If
anyone uses a nuclear weapon, they will not be backed by any other nuclear power. China does not want a nuclear war. They will not back a Russian entity that engages in nuclear action.
So I think it's important to look at nuclear tactical weapons, which are much more limited.
But it's a slippery slope that China doesn't want them on. China's literally said it would not back them in a nuclear action.
And let's just remember that Ukraine had nuclear weapons until we convinced them to relinquish them and promise to defend them.
Yeah.
I think we're ignoring the problem with that philosophy on saving life. Everybody wants to minimize death and preserve life across the board. But the problem with the theory that appeasing Putin will achieve that is that it's dead wrong. It's false. Appeasing Putin won't save any lives. It will magnify and multiply the number of deaths in the future by millions. When has appeasing Putin, it's funny, right? When has appeasing Putin saved any lives? Give me one example of that. What has Putin done?
It hasn't won.
Trump administration. That sounds sort of like the same death cult we get from Christian nationalism, just to be completely honest with you. I'm not disagreeing necessarily.
But we've been asleep on Putin's aggression for the entire time. He's invaded Georgia. He's invaded other parts. They went into Chechnya. They've done loads of wars and continuously got away with it because we've been asleep at the wheel, because we're engaged in our own conflicts in the Middle East.
Exactly.
We've let Putin get away with all this shit, and not once has he slowed down or changed his mind or tactics.
Thank you.
So I actually mentioned Georgia earlier.
in our capital, actually, too. We let him install one of his own tools as president of our United States.
I've got a question.
Okay, but if I may just say that I have a much better solutions or peace fields that I have, and not that I say that I like or support guys like Putin, because I've definitely done it, but the reality is that if you look at the big powers that are in charge of what's going on in this conflict, then having a solution that would make every part in the conflict get a compromise, when everybody compromises, is I suppose, in my opinion, the most logical solutions that I think that should be given. And there are many ways one can have that. Is to say okay, you need to return these territories, but not these territories. And then if you take those territories, then Ukraine get to keep these, and you get to keep Donbass and Crimea, and then Ukraine get to join NATO, right? And then
that's basically what Ukraine wants. But that's why they're not accepting the current deal, though. America isn't offering any defense guarantees at all, but wants half of Ukraine's resources to make peace that won't last.
Yeah, I'm not
trying to wait. Didn't Zelensky go to the meeting and wanting to give up 50% of their resources or something like that? Wasn't that what he wanted to do?
He wanted security guarantees, though.
He wanted security guarantees to do it, because he doesn't want to just have a war turn around, but he wants the US involved.
He was willing to give 50% of his resources.
The problem is that Trump refuses to give security guarantees.
Zelensky also, Ukraine was in the midst of development, and some people can say this was unreasonable given their geopolitical position, for whatever reason in their history. But Ukraine's per capita GDP had dramatically risen. I think as early as the 2000s, it was like $1,000 a year or something. I'd have to double check my facts here. But this is also sort of truncating Ukraine's aggregate position into just this one singular conflict.
Nate,
we have to take that into account as a normal person.
Nate, I don't know what kind of point you're trying to make, man. I think it's an obfuscation here.
I want to ask. I want to ask. I think we can all agree that Putin is, to put it lightly, really bad, right? Just to put it lightly.
Yeah.
Do y'all believe that he is morally above using a nuclear weapon?
I think he knows that it's suicide to do so.
Yeah,
because
I think
in his regime
what nuclear weapon means.
Guys, there's something we still have to remember. It's not only Putin that uses nuclear weapons. I don't know if you know that, but Russian nuclear security clearance works differently. He needs 3 of his generals and himself to be able to launch those nukes. Now, those situations where a certain general or a certain officer refused to launch a nuclear weapon already happened. It was during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that's why I believe that I also believe that Putin will not launch nukes. I believe that he would try to opt out of power, and I don't actually believe that he has that much power in Russia itself, but that's mostly because he may be a dictator in Russia, but sometimes it makes me feel like he's just there to say his words, but the one making the plan is a different person. Although that's a theory, so I will not use that as an actual argument. But on
Captain Bart, I got a question for you. Do you think it's reasonable? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
If we pick up, so just real quick, like let's say, if we want to open a road to European diplomacy or something like this, and to sort of paint this picture, to understand sort of Russia, if we understand that the KGB has been the carrier of an intelligence for a long time, there's no other way to see it. And we also know that politics that come out of the Kremlin and that the Kremlin is interested in for Russia's future it's at least we can say it's very different than the politics in the United States, right? In the US, you have to walk from city to city to go do stuff like this. You don't have to do that everywhere in the world, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but
I don't know exactly what you mean, but
I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
I can say one more. I can add one more thing actually. So about the KGB thingy, is the one thing that kind of like worries me about KGB, or rather weirds me out, is that USSR collapsed, right? A country changed, but the political police that was essentially KGB, because it was used as a political police, still remained. That is something that still remained in in the same relative power, which is something that kind of makes me,
Well, that's because Putin's ex-KGB, right? So he just used the infrastructure that was there to take control.
But he was also not the first after fall of the USSR, though. So
Dr. Fafo, KGB. I agree with Dr. Fafo that Putin won't launch a nuke because he's not suicidal, because that would be suicidal. For Russia to do so.
We also have, especially USA. Okay, so maybe I'll first introduce myself and tell you where I live. I live in Poland. We're literally have a land border with Russia, although in the Kaliningrad region. First of all, we also have to remember that while we talk a lot about nukes, we don't talk a lot about how actually USA has a missile system that defends against nukes. That's for orbital missile interception. And that system was actually tested by Israeli forces, funnily enough. They managed to shot down a first missile in orbit in combat conditions, which kind of makes me, feel a bit safer.
Me too. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, though, right? Because the more that people think they can defend against nukes, the more likely
of course,
nuclear strike becomes.
The United States military has the most advanced missile defense systems, and the Russian military does not have the most advanced missile systems.
And not the most advanced nuke systems, because let's be honest, half of their nukes are outdated and the other half are not working at the silos.
We don't even know if they work. So
there was an incident during a Russian military parade where essentially they were parading with their nukes on their parade, and they started driving them around buildings and painting different numbers on them because they haven't brought enough in the parade.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, it only takes one, guys. I really it feels like you guys are really eager to test these nukes out.
It doesn't only
No, I'm
take
not in
one,
favor
though.
of a nuclear war, but I just think if Putin ever uses it, every other major power will do everything possible to remove him from power.
Yeah, we can say if, but those situations happen.
Right.
We have
want to get to that
on
point.
history.
Did FDR use atomic bombs, or who? No, he was.
I don't
So
know.
FDR, right?
I think it was FDR. I'm not sure.
I think FDR had died by that point and got replaced.
Yeah, but it's quite close. Yeah. Oh yeah, he died by that episode.
And we, the United States maintained diplomacy with others. I see you guys' point that Russia, it's completely a paper tiger, right? And with further.
It's not a paper tiger. I just don't think nuclear weapons are a viable blackmail chip.
I also don't think that it's good to compare those nuclear strikes, considering that USA was testing a new weapon at that point, and the mass destructive scale was not yet known during the first nuclear strike. And now that we have nuclear weapons that are far more devastating, by the way, which can level massive cities, and a couple of them in one warhead, because we have MIRV systems.
Yeah.
I would not compare that to the first FDR strike.
Well, I would just use it as a basis because that's the only time atomic bombs have been used in the world, right?
Yeah, just it was only the first time they were used. They were used the first time because like people didn't know devastation.
That was the only. Yeah, no one else had access to nukes.
So basically, what you guys are saying is that if, let's say, as a metaphor, we cut Ukraine a blank check, right? We provide all the military equipment support without actual troops. They're going to fight until Russia goes broke, basically, and then Russia's just going to give up without resorting to tactical nuclear weapons, or without resorting to going to China for funds or even troops. You're saying that's not only going to go.
China will not support a nuclear action.
China will not support. Definitely, China actually has an interest in Siberia and regions.
It's not just until like Russia runs out of money. There's also like political action that could happen within Russia that has Russia pull out of the war. Like there's a lot of other things that can happen.
You would force basically a war of attrition where you're just going to wait it out.
Again, remember, during the First World War, it was not the economical crisis, but the revolution that hit, and that knocked out Russia.
Right, and I think we all know. I think we all heard that Putin was going to get assassinated, and all the oligarchs were going to get rid of him because they're losing money. But my question is basically, you guys you're relying on a war of attrition where basically we wait it out until they just don't have the resources.
Because Russia's economy is in a pretty bad shape already.
Yeah. How many years are y'all willing to do that? How many years are y'all willing to wait for that? Because it could be a lot of people dying.
But as Americans, if you're looking at this through geopolitics, right, the reality is you should be supporting Ukraine because it gives you the ability to kneecap one of your biggest geopolitical rivals for the rest of the century.
Yeah,
okay,
but you're not doing it.
How many years are y'all wanting to do this? Because I mean, we just got finished with Afghanistan.
Look, you don't even have to carry on the war. All Ukraine wants.
It depends on how long Ukraine wants to go on. It's their decision, right? And if they want to keep pushing.
So basically, if they end up actually not being able to successfully do it, let's say it takes another 10 years and Ukraine has lost a lot of lives. Maybe they held Russia back at bay, right? But you're saying that it's worth that kind of sacrifice.
No, here's the thing. Wait, please. When you say worth it, you're loading that question so much, right?
Lives dying, right? Like not money. Worth it meaning the lives at stake.
Yeah.
Well, that's up to Ukraine.
I understand, but Ukraine already wants peace.
That's up. So let's not forget. It's up to Ukraine to how long they want to sustain and keep defending themselves, but it's ultimately up to Russia to stop invading and get the fuck out of this country.
Exactly.
That's who it's up to.
And not only that, because it's so easy for us who are sovereign, right, to sit and say,
stop pointing the finger and saying, like, are you willing to sacrifice these bodies? It's like, fuck off.
Like, even more people will die if Ukraine surrenders. Like, guys, Russians are known for murdering civilians. They did that in my country. They did that in Romania, like the guy previously mentioned. They did that in every single country they occupied or they entered, their military entered. Even now, their missiles are not flying at military targets. They're bombarding cities. What do you think they're gonna do if Ukraine were to surrender? The only reason why Ukraine didn't it's not surrendering because the Ukrainians know that they are fighting for their life now, because otherwise Russians will just slaughter them. That's the fact. Sorry.
And I think the problem. Wait. Can I just give me a chance to ask Push me something? Or I want to ask him something. Do you think it's a solution if, let's say that Ukraine gives up all the territory that Russia holds right now, right? And they give it up, they get their peace, they can't join NATO. Is that a solution?
No.
For Ukraine?
Absolutely not. That's not what
I want to hear Push me. I want to hear Push me answer that.
When Putin wins, it's not a solution. It will just continue.
I want to hear Push me answer this question.
Okay.
So from my perspective, there's two nations here, right? From the Ukrainian perspective, they have to do whatever they can to.
That was a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Is it a solution?
He gave you
a yes or no question.
So a solution for who? A solution for who? Because
for Ukraine.
Ukraine, is that a reasonable peace? One way
a reasonable peace for them.
Right. So for Ukraine, it's going to be a different answer than for the U.S. from my standpoint, right? For Ukraine, I would keep fighting.
Yes or no?
Right.
Yes
is
or no for
US in the war or is it Ukraine?
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
So again, without the U.S., Ukraine is not going to continue to be at war.
Buddy,
That's
you're not
true.
even the main supporter.
That's
That's
not true.
cup.
But that's
You're
what they're
actually
asking.
not the main supporter. Europe supports.
confused, man. You're
US has all
confused,
the
man.
important weapon
Yeah.
technology because
I can't even get a yes or no on a simple.
My answer is that Ukraine should probably cut their losses at a certain point, but only if they have security guarantees. That's it.
Security guarantees. In 2014, Russia broke the agreement they had with Ukraine. What security guarantees are you talking about?
Why would
I think-
ceasefire, but actual troops, right?
I think
Not a
Push Me is arguing to give Russia another chance at a peace agreement.
Yeah.
But why the
No,
hell?
I didn't say ceasefire. Right, I didn't say ceasefire. I said actual security guarantees, meaning troops, right? European troops, not American troops.
Have you heard
Yeah, but
about
Europe-
what
Europe
happened
willing
in
to do that.
One at a
2012?
time, guys. One at a time, so we can hear everyone.
Can you then be like the debater, like tell us who's talking?
Well, no, I don't want to do it. This is an
All right,
open,
all right.
This is an open forum today, so let's just try to listen to each other.
So first of all, security guarantees will not work. Most likely, if you say security guarantees and put European troops in it, why not just join NATO? And second of all, the security guarantees in any deal with Russia doesn't work. The Russia, and I don't know if you know that, Push Me, because it wasn't that popular, but Russia actually invaded Ukraine in 2012 as well, and they took Crimea.
They invaded Georgia in 2008 too. I understand.
But the difference is that they had a peace deal later. The peace deal was made, and then the Boston Agreement in 2014, where Ukraine would give up its nuclear weapons.
I know that ceasefires don't mean anything to Russia. I know that they will renege on them, and that's why I said.
All right, so
I agree that
European
Europe should be the ones with the troops on the
yeah,
ground.
but like I kind
That's
of
what it
don't
will
get
be.
it.
And
What's
we
the
still need
difference?
US military
Yeah,
backing
but like,
for
what's the difference of European troops and joining NATO? There's like no difference essentially.
I think
Might
that's
as well
the
just
point
join.
where Putin is not going to actually going to escalate. I think if there's actual people in there that are coming from countries with nuclear weapons, he cannot use that card. And
He will use that card though. That's how Russian propaganda works. He will tell its people that Western people and NATO is now in Ukraine, and he will be right because European forces belong to NATO.
I don't understand your alternative then.
He wants Ukraine and NATO.
Yeah, I just want Ukraine in NATO.
Problem solved.
You gotta make everybody else in NATO agree with that.
That was an impossibility.
Yeah, but the problem is
literally everybody else other
you guys,
than
I want
US.
to let our newest member in here to have an opportunity. So, U.S. Army Freeman, what do you have to say about all this?
Well, I can tell you from experience. I'm a Ukrainian special operator. I've been here for 3 years, so I know exactly what's going on in the ground.
Awesome! Hey, awesome stuff.
So with
You
the
have
other
my full
gentleman from
support.
Poland, he's not completely wrong. The truth is, depending on the situation, I've been looking at this. I've predicted about 80% of what's actually been happening on the ground here has actually come true in my predictions in the 3 years I've been here. I've fought on every front almost, from Mykolaiv to Kherson, pushing the Russians out, to the southern Zaporizhzhia, where I lost my whole team, to the Bakhmut area where I was injured, all the way up to the freaking Kupiansk and Chazov Yar, and farther up north in some smaller villages. The Russians, period, are fucking savages. I've watched them execute civilians. I've watched them execute wounded soldiers. They do not mess around. There is no negotiating with these people. Now, the problem is, when it comes down on what you guys really want to see here for peace, this is, I understand the whole thing with you want security guarantees. What Trump is trying to, I'm a Trump supporter, but Trump is wrong on how he treated Zelensky on the last meeting with J.D. Vance. I wanted to smack them both in the mouth.
I agree with that, by the way.
J.D. Vance was very disrespectful when Zelensky...
Especially J.D. Vance.
Yeah, when J.D. Vance responded to Zelensky's question, by attacking him, saying, "Oh, you bring people over on a propaganda tour," that pissed me off 100%. Instead of answering, like, "Have you been there? Have you seen what's really happening?" he just turned it around and then tried to look at the media to try to get everybody to jump Zelensky. I was extremely pissed when I saw that, even though I'm a Trump supporter. Trump is good for the U.S. Zelensky is good for Ukraine. They need to stop putting... They need to stop putting... Go ahead.
Do you feel that the Ukrainian people are supportive of a peace deal more than they're supportive of Zelensky in this case, or is that a coherent question?
So a lot of this, more than 50% of the population supports Zelensky, regardless of what you hear of all this other bullshit propaganda. I've been here. I talk to Ukrainians all the time. They absolutely love Zelensky. It's not as negative as you think it is. The whole freaking thing with him being a dictator, it's not true. In their constitution, when they are under law or when they're under war and they are underneath martial law, they cannot have elections because nothing is fair. You have the entire east side of the country that is being bombarded. You have the front line, which I call the zero line, where people are getting messed up and they cannot come or go from those areas. And you have over 1 million Ukrainians who've left the country. Now tell me how you think that would be a fair election and being able to vote fairly, let alone Russia being right here. And Russia would love an election to happen here so they could infiltrate like they did in the Donbass and the Luhansk regions. The truth is, those wars broke out because of, unfortunately, corrupt individuals in those areas. And then they said saboteurs. These saboteurs were actually Russian Spetsnaz in civilian clothing. They came over causing all these problems, which then freaking caused the fake bullshit war that freaking was going on where they're like, "Oh, we want to be our own."
Can I just ask you a question? Can I just ask you a question since I think you're probably more knowledgeable than anyone else. In your opinion, if we had a blank check policy for Ukraine, meaning we could give them any military equipment short of nuclear tactical weapons, but not actual boots on the ground, do you think Ukraine could take back their territories?
If Ukraine would increase the amount of pay they would pay their soldiers, they would get a lot more volunteers. The whole thing where they're forcing conscripts in is not 100% true. It's no different than the draft. They drafted about 15 to 20% of the population will get a letter in the mail telling them that they have to report to the closest recruiting location. The truth is, they are not paid very well, probably a little less. I'm barely making shit over here, but I didn't come over here to make money. So if they were to increase the pay, kind of like Russia is, the reason Russia has so many soldiers is because they're paying $5,000 to $7,000 a month, which is ridiculously high. But Russia also knows if they keep using their meat waves, most of those people will die and Russia doesn't have to pay them. So that's what they're hoping, because the amount of freaking killing inside their own, it's crazy. I wish you guys could see some of the shit I've seen since I've been here.
I really don't want to see that stuff, man. I commend you, though, for it.
It's messed up. I was talking to a Brit vet that did the same thing, and he said they were basically just like walking out of trenches at night without any fucking night vision and just getting massacred.
Absolutely, yeah. It goes both ways. It's pretty rough. You'll have Russians that walk right into Ukrainian freaking bases, or vice versa, because they get lost in the dark. Not everybody is well equipped in the front line, unfortunately. You have a lot of the problem are the conscripts. The conscripts are just civilians with very light training. I also came here to help train as many civilians as I could so they have a better chance on the front line. And the problem partially within the military that I can tell you, to be honest, is the old Soviet era mindset is in a lot of the old piece of shit officers that are still in command. So a lot of them are very similar to Russian assets. Now, Zelensky fired a bunch of generals and allowed a lot of new ones to come in, and I've seen the front line slowly change, because for a while the southeastern part of Ukraine was slowly being pushed by towards Pokrovsk. That's technically where my unit is defending at the moment, and right now they're actually resisting. What we believe is Russia's now thinned out their troops, and they're not gaining as much land as they used to, because now they're getting bogged down in certain checkpoints. So this is just a stagnant war that's going to go on forever. Now, if you want to see if the whole blank check thing, if Ukraine would pay a little more to their soldiers, they would get a lot more volunteers, because there's hundreds of thousands of young men still chilling back in the cities, going to the clubs, going to the bars, going to work like nothing's going on.
Is there talk in Ukraine about foreign consumption of, minerals and sort of that
You talking about the mineral right deal?
Yeah, when we're talking about resource economies and stuff like this, Ukraine does have some oligarchic style companies based on resources already, and my understanding was, the goal was to move some of that stuff more to the rural areas.
Well, the problem is that Ukraine just doesn't have enough money to develop those programs to make them bigger as much as the U.S. does. This is what made me upset, because Putin's first reason to come to this country was because of the natural resources. Don't let anybody fool you otherwise. True. They knew the resources that he has already, because if you've been paying attention to any of the politics or any of the news, Zelensky also had an emergency freaking meeting with his freaking mineral rights guys, saying, hey, we need to make a deal with America, even though he goes off telling his country that we're the enemy, to be able to give a deal to the Americans, which I can't believe he even said this, to the Russian-controlled areas that are under Ukrainian Ukrainian territories under Russian control. Putin wants to sell off those rights like he owns these lands. And then the U.S. also wants to come in, which it hurts me when I look at it. I'm like, wait a minute. So you wait for this country to get its ass beat, and when it's down, and then you come in up to this country and you debo the country, pretty much being like, oh, if you want us to save us, you're going to give us your minerals. We'll make a deal with Putin.
I think that's the MO for every big country. Can I ask you though, have you seen any sort of Chinese influence at all over there?
No. The Chinese don't have much to do with what's going on over here. North Koreans, but they've all disappeared. They've all been taken off the front line. We've killed over 4,000 of them. Some have surrendered, but a lot of them now can't cooperate with the Russian soldiers, and there's a big language barrier between them. So now they have all been pulled off and they've kind of disappeared. We believe they're using them as reserve soldiers somewhere defending rear positions while they let friggin' conscripts come up and take their roles.
That's crazy, because we don't see North Korea in the news ever.
You're not going to, because regardless, now Russia still tries to deny that they're not there, even though everybody knows they're there now.
Yeah,
you definitely hear about that in Europe a lot more.
Yeah, I hear about that in Europe, and I usually track the site, and you can actually still hear that about on the sites that Ukraine posts stuff on. I read those sites, so I kind of know. Let's say.
Are you still getting enough drones? Because China was
it's
cut
so
off
confusing. It's confusing because North Korea shouldn't be fighting in another country, and they also have starving people. So it's like, well, if you guys can't send someone to go fight somewhere else,
true. But Russia and Korea made a deal with missile technology. That is why
you could say the same thing about our guy, U.S. Army Freeman. Like, why is he in Ukraine? You could say the same thing, right? People.
Yeah. Yeah, but these people volunteer.
On top of that, that's a tyrant.
I came over here willingly to join the Legion, and then I joined war as a special operator, and then I signed a contract with actually the Ukrainian military with the 122nd.
He's a volunteer, and so are the Western people, whereas the North Koreans are just being told that they have to go and die.
It's not even that. Some of the North Koreans don't even have been lied to and didn't even realize what they were doing.
Same, I believe.
The North Koreans signed an arms deal with Russia too. So there's also state level politics that happen there.
Correct. Yeah, there's also a difference between what politicians say and soldiers know. The same happened, I believe, at the beginning of the invasion to Russia.
Correct.
And soldiers.
Now, the other part that they'll get you on, because I'm an open-minded person, they've only used the North Korean soldiers in Russian territories. They have not used them in in Ukrainian territory. So technically, in a way, Russia has not involved Ukrainian soldiers, North Korean soldiers in Ukraine. Now they've used them to try to take back the Kursk region, which we have a lot of the best soldiers up there with the best equipment. So they're trying to use that gray area right there with those soldiers.
Do you think there's ever a chance of them getting Chinese soldiers into Russian territory, not Ukraine?
China's already told Russia to freaking withdraw their troops. Now, China will still supply them because they're making money. They're making cheapo freaking fuel money off their ass because they need as much money as they can because their economy is slowly collapsing. But China will not get involved with boots on ground because then that's going to freaking irritate the rest of Europe and the U.S. and China's not going to fuck up anything. China's already more focused on Taiwan than they are with Ukraine. So they're going to see what happens with Ukraine before they even make a decision with Taiwan.
Can I say something actually about China? China cannot afford an embargo. If China gets embargoed, Chinese populations will starve out as China still imports its food. Even though it's the biggest food producer, it still imports its food. If an naval blockade or an embargo were to be instituted on China, it would cause a massive collapse, starvation, and quite possibly a nation collapse.
No, it would cause an economic meltdown to start with anyway.
And people would starve.
Their entire economy is set around exporting goods to the West.
Yeah, that's why they cannot support Russia.
How did you guys get to the point where China would get embargoed? I was just trying to...
because Russia got embargoed.
So you're saying if China sent if China sent some troops to Russia, not Ukraine, to the Russian territories, you're saying that we would embargo them?
If China gets involved in the Ukrainian war,
they would end up getting sanctions slapped on them, probably just as harsh. So I don't see China getting any more involved than they already are. They're not getting involved any more than what the U.S. is on Ukrainian side.
So given that point, do you think if we did the blank check policy, would China do the same thing?
I don't think so because China thinks they're already wasting their money. A lot of people already see this war as a loss, and as of now, it's just a waste due to a dictator who regrets that the USSR broke apart in the first place, and his dream is to put it back together, which unfortunately for him will never happen.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, you're a knowledgeable guy, so in your opinion, the best approach you think is to go with that unlimited military supply, but not have the security guarantees and not have them join NATO?
I will tell you exactly what I think they should do because I have been trying to get a hold of Zelensky for the last 2 months. I think what they need to do is take actually a mineral deal, and then they need to negotiate with Europe to be able to put UN, so United Nation peacekeeper soldiers, not NATO soldiers, peacekeeping soldiers, because then you can use it is due to freaking a lot of gray areas.
The problem is
just keep going because I want to hear from the one guy who's actually in Ukraine. I mean, I feel like that's
the thing with NATO.
The question I asked the other day was if Trump's policy in Ukraine was coherent as an aggregate like foreign policy, and there was a MAGA person who couldn't answer that question.
So the deal that he's made with them is to receive 50% of their mineral right profits. The mineral rights will still be underneath Ukrainian law and Ukrainian control. The main freaking distributors will still be underneath Ukrainian freaking control. It is just the companies that will come in will be American. What they're pretty much trying to assume, or what they're trying to say, is this is Putin flexing here. Not Putin. This is Trump flexing here, thinking that if he has contractors on the ground, Putin won't be dumb enough to actually do anything to injure those contractors, because then you're going to cause the U.S. to get pissed because now you're killing American civilian contractors on the ground. Zelensky, on the other hand, does not trust Putin enough.
Right? It's not actual American contractors. It's like Ukrainian workers.
Oh no. It's going to be American contractors.
It'll be a mix.
It'll be a mix for sure. A lot of the base labor will be Ukrainian people to give them jobs and employment, but the paperwork guys inside at the higher level and the higher bosses will definitely all be either tied with Europe or the U.S.
Yeah, but they're going to be actually in the country, right, as a deterrent?
That's what they're trying to do, but Zelensky, I think, just wants the peace of mind that he sees that they'll either continue getting military support or there'll be some type of security guarantee because he does not trust Russia, because Russia has broken every single one of their deals by either making some bullshit story up, propaganda, some type of lie, assassination, or bribery.
So in your opinion,
a slightly less like an outside view is that Russia's also shown that they're willing to conduct the war non-linear, but it's also only based on Russian objectives. I've also seen that one happen for whatever reason. I don't think it's that complicated, just from my point of view.
It's not. It's more just the terrain. What it truly is Putin thinks that, which is a lie. All the Ukrainians will tell here that they are not. They are fine with Russian-speaking people. All the other bullshit that they try to tell you about they treat Russian-speaking people. That's not true. Almost 60% of this country speaks Russian. About 40.
So just if I can, I just want to make sure I get an answer, like what your actual opinion is on the best kind of deal that could be brokered. Because I personally actually didn't even think that the one that Trump offered was really a good one that was good enough for Zelensky. So I don't blame him for trying to get the security guarantee. So I guess you're saying UN troops would be the ones that would be on the ground, right? Instead of American.
Exactly. So Britain, Poland, Germany, France, and the Netherlands, or not the Netherlands, sorry, Lithuania.
EU, not UN.
Freeman, I actually have two questions related to that. So I have doubts about. My first question is more of a doubt about UN forces because I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure how the Security Council. Yeah, and Russia and China would. I think that China would still lobby against putting UN forces in Ukraine, even though it doesn't support Russia directly.
Because Russia is on the Security Council, it can veto.
Yeah, and another thing that I would like to ask you, if that were to happen, what's the difference between Ukraine joining NATO and UN putting troops in and America putting its economical interest in?
So the reason Ukraine hasn't joined NATO is the base rule is if you have an issue technically with your neighbor, you can't join NATO. Since Ukraine,
rule.
That was the base rule. That was the base rule first. Second of all, unfortunately, they know the level of corruption within the Ukrainian government, and that Zelensky and a lot of other people are reforming a lot of it. A lot of people are being arrested. I've watched officers getting arrested. I watched public speakers get arrested for propaganda, for bribery. It is slowly happening. So because of that, they are very iffy about just letting Ukraine come in with the amount of corruption and influence and stuff like that. I'm not saying it won't happen, but it's going to be a slow step.
Another thing, but I believe actually a lot of first of all, Turkey bypassed that boundary about not joining NATO while having problems.
Turkey already said that. Yeah. Turkey just threatened Russia about leaving now.
I know. The one thing, but what I've heard is that a lot of NATO officials, like a lot of people in NATO and a lot of countries in NATO, want Ukraine to join NATO, basically, but it's impossible to do while at war with Russia. And
technically, yes.
Yeah, technically, yes. And the only country that I've seen refusing right now is America, actually, which is, for me, it's a bit shocking, but...
So just so you understand, the deal about the mineral rights was actually Zelensky's idea, not Trump's.
Yeah,
Zelensky was the one that came up...
So the reason
Zelensky was the one that came up with that first. The reason he turned it down is because... We honestly don't know 100%. We can't say we do. We can only be optimistic and make guesses. We weren't in the meeting, but obviously whatever was written down, Zelensky wasn't 100% comfortable with that and said no. I'm sure that freaking Trump probably thought that, oh, he's making his way all the way here. He's coming all the way from Ukraine. He'll just sign the paperwork because why the hell come over here? But Zelensky is willing to travel all over the place and do whatever's right for his country.
Yeah, that's a president. That's a strong president.
It is. And the whole, like I said, I listened to you guys talk about the whole suit thing. The Ukrainians alone don't care about suits. You won't see many Ukrainians in suits. To them, they think it's a waste of time. They think it's fake. Now, if you're having a business meeting with other business people and they're all doing that kind of thing, obviously. But if you've looking at most of their politicians, a lot of them are very casual. Most of the Ukrainians over here love fucking sweatpants and hoodies. It's ridiculous.
I think it was just a dig at him, in public. I think it was just an insult.
Let me just get something in real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to mention too, my perception, again, not a combat veteran, but all the talking heads on TV, complete and total bullshit, right? They're not talking about like what normal Russian people, normal Ukrainian people want, right? This is the bullshit train that you hear every single time, 10 out of 10. It's complete.
Yep. That's definitely more American media than most European, though, I think.
Correct. Yeah. The Russian people are waking up, besides the one that unfortunately sucked Putin's dick. And most of the Ukrainians know what's going on because Zelensky's been pretty transparent about everything over here. Let alone we know what's going on the front line because there's reporters everywhere. There's, regardless of what you think, there is U.S. assistance. I mean, whose satellites do you think they're using? Whose intel from CIA gathering information do you think they're using? So, regardless
do you think
of what
the CIA will continue even without Trump's condonance?
Oh, absolutely. There's always quiet freaking agencies that freaking will work under whoever the elite of the elite motherfuckers on the planet are, that are higher than the president, that are higher than other people that are behind closed doors.
I'm kind of glad for that now. Do you think Trump's actually?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think Trump's actually good enough to keep his emotions in check to play the great game?
Mr. Trump. I'm a big fan of Trump, but I'm going to be honest. Trump has a massive ego. He likes to be complimented. He likes to hear himself talk. I am a fan of Trump. I have friends just like him, but sometimes he needs to shut the hell up.
Well,
but the difference is, Trump is Trump. You have to accept Trump for who he is.
Yeah, but Freeman, what do you think about what do you think about his extortion of the Ukraine recently?
This is where I can tell people, regardless that I support Trump, there are still things about people I don't like. The thing that's going on with NATO and Russia and Ukraine, I have to disagree with both JD Vance and Trump on. They're not over here. They're just hearing stuff from their party. It's not like they're getting all the full info. They're only being told the bare minimum of what's going on. And then Zelensky tries to explain it all. And then you see what happens on national television. They attack Zelensky.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about specifically, Ukraine is an ally. They are at war defending themselves against Russia,
Correct.
Who is not an ally. And then Trump weasels in there while his ally is under war duress and tries to squeeze out a mineral deal to not only pay for previous military aid that was granted to them, but also
to also make a profit.
Also threatens to pull future aid if this deal and demands aren't met. I actually see this as one of the greatest stains on in the United States in its history that just happened. So how do you must
have walked away because I brought this exact thing up that you said.
Okay.
This moment here actually hurts my heart when I saw this. This brought me a lot of shame as an American on like, why would you do that to a nation that's already beat up, that we've been trying to support, and now you see that Russia's trying to squeeze them, so we're supposed to be their relief, we're supposed to be their support, but now we're squeezing them from the other side?
Yeah.
How fucked up is that?
I don't know if you guys remember of a little war called Iraq where we basically just made up an excuse to go in there and...
as a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, I'll tell you right now, that was all bullshit.
Yeah. So, and then the reason why... The reason why I just brought that up again is because you're talking about being a fan of Trump. does this not at least make you less of a fan of Trump? And like,
so,
I mean, this
if
would
you want to be
this would turn me off.
if you want to be open-minded,
yeah.
Okay, I apologize here. If you want to be an open-minded person, like me, I'm not religious, but I am fair game to anybody being religious. I am not I'm not controlling. I let people speak their mind. You know, I'm not a phobia of anything. And in my opinion, you cannot like someone 100%. That's absolutely insane unless you worship this person like he is God. Now, regardless of Biden, which I thought was a piece of shit, did a few small things that were okay, though I wouldn't really give it to Biden. I give it to his team. Now with Trump, he is very, let's see, he's very controlling. He's very manipulative. He's good at making deals. He's good at talking. He's good at hosting.
He's like a monster, basically. He's like that person. Okay, we're gonna get a lot of responses here. He's also.
I need to ask a question. Yeah. I need to ask a question about Trump.
Yeah.
Who made the deal with Canada that Trump said was the worst deal in U.S. history?
Trump, but we're getting off topic, guys. We're talking about Ukraine. Sorry.
Sure. But
we're talking about Trump. We're not just focused on Ukraine. We are
just one last question on Trump.
Yeah, go ahead, Tristan.
I just don't think he can play the game, man. Like when
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not saying he's perfect. By far, he has his flaws. I'll tell people that hands down.
Yeah, but when
also
you
being
say
a personal bodyguard, I would still protect him, knowing that solidly he speaks his mind. He has no filter, which I love that he does not have a filter. He doesn't let anybody write his speeches for him.
But I don't like this because now U.S. Army Freeman he just spouts out all this bullshit. That is just
he does. He does. But there's times when he comes back.
You do.
Wait,
Trump has never said anything coherent, right?
Yeah.
No one has ever linked me anything. No, but I get upset because he just gets to talk and talk and talk.
Okay,
and he's just claims.
We've given him a lot of mic here, so let's get some responses. Go ahead, Mark.
Specifically about this. He just spouts these claims. It's just claims.
Yep.
Oh, Biden didn't do anything. Have you checked into it? How many deals did Biden do that was bilateral?
Yeah, we're gonna pull up all the.
Biden was a figurehead.
I think the better question is what makes somebody good at the game. What does good at the game even mean?
What I'm talking about is like what's good for the U.S. I'm not talking about everything else for Ukraine and Europe and all this other stuff. I get what you're saying. Yeah, but I'm still telling you, I will freaking question Trump anytime I believe he's fucking up.
I got a question. I got a question for you. I mean, so you have all of our utmost respect for what you do for the United States. Without people like you, we wouldn't be who we are. So for that, thank you. How does it make you feel to know that the blood, sweat, tears, the life you put into defending the country is literally spat on by Donald Trump? He thinks of you as a sucker and a loser. Does that make you feel any type of way?
Well, that depends on if you're trying to use the propaganda with the whole suckers and loser thing, bro. When it comes down to it, I try to do my own research on everything, not just from freaking Trump's side, but from the left, from the center, from the far right, from the far left. I try to listen to media from everywhere. Even people I don't enjoy listening to, I do try to listen to everyone to have a broader mind and opinion on everything.
So you don't believe it?
But when I was talking about the great game, I mean, like, he came into office and he's threatened sanctions against all his allies.
Guys,
and undermined America's role.
Please, we're getting off topic.
No, we're not off topic. Trump is part of the topic today.
What's the topic, guys?
Wasn't that
what's the topic?
Let's debate everything Trump is the topic today, and we've been talking a lot about Ukraine because that's connected.
Then can I actually say something? Because if Trump is the topic, then I do have a couple of things to say. First of all,
someone was just speaking though. You'll
all right,
get
sorry.
Your
can I just say I think Trump is a broad term. I think the question of what is playing the game and what is winning the game is actually more interesting.
The game is geopolitics, right? But Trump's come into office, and what he could have done is put tariffs on China with all his allies, and that would have basically crippled the Chinese economy and made the US the dominant power for the next 50 years. But instead of doing that,
the Chinese
he's turned around and
is that something we want to do?
If America wants to preserve its position leading in the international order, yes.
Yeah, but you're also not looking at China being the main industry of pretty much everything.
I don't think we want to make
everything.
I think we just want to keep them from taking advantage, right? So, like putting a little bit of a lid on them. I don't think anybody wants to cripple a huge producer like China. That doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, but you're already putting tariffs on China.
Guys.
What I'm saying is you could have done it in coordination with all your allies.
True, but the problem is that that's not realistic.
Yeah, but instead he's come in and he's gone, right, well,
Everyone has their own
tariffs on
incentives.
Mexico. I'm going to put tariffs
Just because
on
we're
Canada.
allies doesn't mean we have the same goals, though.
First of all, it's not only that he put
Really
tariffs
makes
on
sense.
China, right? He put tariffs on essentially every single country that US imports from. Second of all, I actually study economy. Now, from what I've studied, tariffs are never a good policy. Here's why.
They only work when they're targeted.
No. Yeah, they only work when they're targeted on one specific country. And when you're tariffing all your imports, especially as a US, the country that doesn't have that doesn't actually make that many domestic products, manufacture-wise, let's say, it's gonna be bad because the only thing you're gonna do is increase the prices. And while it's good when you're trying to advocate for American businesses, you cannot do that in all the fields at once. And also, counter tariffs means that a lot of U.S. farmers will go off jobs because now in other economies that have competitive markets that are not tariffing everyone equally, right? Now their crops will not be sold. Second of all, Trump stopped international aid programs. Now, I don't know if you know that international aid doesn't exactly work, that people just send money to each other. No. A lot of international aid, especially from US, was done like so. Government bought grain from its own farmers or food produce from its own farmers, supporting its own inner economy, then sending it abroad. So, by cutting those programs, essentially, while yes, it is true that more money stayed in the US, it didn't stay where they didn't put the money where it should have been. They stopped the money flow on their own market. Another thing about tariffs, business is a thing of certainty. Businesses thrive off something called investments. People will not invest if a risk of someone essentially destroying the market by tariffing everything. People will just not invest because the risk is too much. I've actually been
correct. It's the same thing with sanctions. That's why so many jobs and businesses pull out of Russia.
Yeah, but there's a difference between sanctions and tariffing everything you import. Because sanctioning, you are sanctioning your own exporters to a certain country, right? And you are essentially making that country unable to get some of those goods and unable to trade with you. But when you're tariffing all your imports, that's a whole different thing than sanctioning.
True. Have you been keeping?
Sorry, real quick. Geopolitically,
go ahead.
My bad. Geopolitically, when we start making something an economic war, then everything looks like an economic war. Like even if that's not the reality of it, this is why I think this is a bad precedent for how the United States participates globally.
Yeah,
it's not something that politicians on either side of the aisle should support.
USA built its relations, built its economy on international cooperation. This is actually how the modern economy is built. For example, the car you drive, the parts the components are gathered in Africa, then assembled in, for example, Japan, and then finally assembled into a car into US. Why? It's economical. Companies do that.
So I agree with you. The tariffs don't make any sense. Right, I voted for Trump, but tariffs were, I think, for me, were the worst policy that he could have done. As a libertarian.
Right now.
But I just want to say though,
tariffs nowadays are used for war.
Economic policy economic framework that you mentioned. That makes sense if everybody's playing by the rules. But for example, in China, where labor is really cheap and
he's on the dollar
advantage of, you can't really go by that framework.
So
That's
it's
why
a little
I think
bit of.
we should have tariffed them together as allies rather than
That's the
America
problem.
going,
Though.
we're going to
Even if America did, the other countries wouldn't.
But tariffs are not a great idea either.
It's about doing it as it is, man.
European Union is doing stuff. It's actually tariffing and blocking Chinese products on its own already. For example,
there are certain products being freaking tariffed because China was also tariffing certain things.
Yeah,
now, if you've been paying attention to all the tariffs, now that was Trump's deterrent by threatening so many tariffs. Now the tariffs might be higher with certain things here and there, but they're not super ridiculous, at least not yet. Trump is using it as a tool to be able to fight. It's like a way of going to war, but without actually shooting bullets.
Okay, right, but why are you going to war with your allies?
Then why are you doing it against Europe and Britain
and Canada and Mexico?
Captain Bart, you're in Poland, right?
Yeah.
I think when it comes down to it, I think freaking a lot of people and when it comes down to it, Americans and the government just feel like a lot of other countries need to step up, which I'm not disagreeing with. The whole freaking GDP not being paid by freaking majority of all European nations for decades is a big deal. Not all.
They've been
my country pays a bigger percentage of the GDP for military than the US. It's actually true. Not how much, because it's called MIB, because the difference is in billions, but a bigger percentage. Yes.
Yeah, I went to a private security school there for bodyguards. I understand that they increased due to the ongoing war, due to what's going on close to their border. Poland, in my opinion, Poland is probably the best country in Europe right now. Their cities are fantastic. Their freaking streets are clean. Their villages are spotless. I've explored all over. Because they put a lot of money into their economy, I would give them a lot of respect.
They're also have a very isolationist kind of policy.
They do. They absolutely do, which I do not blame them for at the moment right now with the influx of freaking immigrants coming all over the place. So I'm not blaming them for what they're doing.
No, I think it's actually good. So I think the reason I asked Captain Bart if he's in Poland was because of that. But I think you could see a broader theme in Europe where countries are voting in governments that are kind of more isolationist or more towards the right.
No, they just want stricter borders.
And so when more strict. Right. And when you talk about, hey, Trump is not playing the game, I mean, half of the country, basically the U.S., doesn't really want to spend money on things that they can't see right away, right?
But here's the thing, though, with this whole thing with spending money. So whenever the Republicans say we need to cut back on spending outside of U.S., where does that money go? It never goes to the poor people. Yeah, it's tax cuts for the rich. And even worse.
I agree with you, but when you say U.S. aid, right?
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
And not that. Look up the debt. I can't pronounce that correctly, I know. And the deficiency or the deficit that the U.S. will go through under Trump, it will be double. I think it was double that of Biden. So all of this thing, we shouldn't spend money on other countries.
Well, they're working on cutting the government, right? They're working on.
If you've been paying attention, come on, man. That stuff's like surface level.
No,
not really.
No, first of all, this is you guys' opinion that aren't in the country. You also have to realize that this is something new.
No, this isn't opinion. These are facts.
Yeah,
these are
I'm telling you right now, this is just the start.
Don't come and say when I look at the numbers.
On one hand, you say that you shouldn't cut U.S. aid because U.S. aid feeds other countries, and now on the other side, you say you can't support the deficit. So
push me.
I'm not saying
don't feed other countries. Push me. Listen. Push. USA sent food to other countries in order to actually support its own economy and farmers. It benefited them to keep that money afloat. It's actually very important for governments to keep their money afloat. It's not losing money. It's giving it to the people that need it and then getting it back.
I think you're missing the nuance with the Republicans.
Hold up. I'm going to crush you guys on this bullshit freaking USA aid bullshit right now. First of all, Elon Musk just went on freaking Joe Rogan, and he actually explained it a little more thoroughly, explaining that the actual guys that are doing real work, like feeding nations, giving food, he's like, that stuff is still going on. He's like, as long as it's legit and as long as things are still being fed, these things are still processed.
Why have
You're in a bubble. You're in a media bubble, I think.
Everything was called off at first. And then he realized that, okay, we can't really do that. Like I said, this is a new testing thing the U.S. is testing out.
U.S. Army, let me ask you something. How much do you want to bet if I go to that video that Trump says one coherent thing?
And it doesn't lie. Everything's a lie. A lie. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are liars.
You also
listen, if you guys are going to end up wanting to fight because you guys don't like Trump or Elon, you're not going to be able to have a discussion. I don't care what you guys think about these people personally. I want to see what they're going to do. So for the next 4 years, there's nothing we can do.
No. We've seen what they've done.
Yeah,
we've watched what they've done.
Everything was actually fine.
They're firing the federal government. They're firing employees that we need. Important people.
No, they're not.
They're firing very important people that keep us safe every day.
No, they're
yes,
not.
they are.
I'm telling you
fact. No, that's a fact.
How do you know they need them?
Listen, fighting again.
How do you know for a fact that they were needed?
Yeah, that's the thing. There's not.
Because their job were to protect us. Of course, they were. What do you think the Inspector General does?
Hold on. Would you agree? Would you agree that it's possible? Would you agree that it's possible that the government could overly hire people that it would not need? Is that even a possibility?
Of course, it's possible. What a stupid question.
Yeah,
okay, so now I wanted to address that because it sounds like you don't even see it as a possibility, right?
And I didn't say anything like that. I said nothing like that. No.
You said
that's not what I said.
You said they're firing people that we need.
Semantics. Time.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to say that I am actually a lot with U.S. Army Freeman on this. I actually think he's right. And I actually do like a lot of the things, or some of the things Trump has done recently, because when Trump's cut foreign aid budget, he decided to completely cut foreign aid budget to South Africa and exclude them from other agreements such as AGOA because of the South African government's extreme abuses of human rights of their own citizens recently. So Donald Trump should have. No other world leader has done this so far. He did it.
This is why I said this is a new thing. This is a new thing being tested by the U.S. and we have to see where it goes. We can't just automatically start making assumptions.
We see where it's going.
It's only been a month. Let's see what happens when he actually gets to the Pentagon.
Look at the Republican town halls. Go to any Republican town hall meeting across the country and listen to what the Republicans are saying. They're up in arms because their family and their friends and their communities. Yes, they're. Oh, you want to bet? They're not.
I want to bet.
The only ones that are truly upset are the ones who lost their jobs.
Okay, guys, there's a bit too much over talking here, so let's just slow it down a bit. I know these topics are passionate, but let's try to.
I think you guys are missing the nuance between Republicans who want smaller government and who want more kind of impact from the government.
Right, but if you actually want to make an impact on the deficit, why would you not fund the IRS more to go after the rich people that have armies of lawyers?
Because the IRS doesn't go after the rich. The IRS goes after middle class.
Because it doesn't have the funding or the manpower to go after
everybody.
Hold up. You understand that the IRS just hired 800 people that's where Trump and Elon said, you know what, we could probably fire those people and let some of those lazy ass fucking people that work there actually do their job.
I got an answer for you, Captain Bart.
Manpower to go after those super rich.
Captain Bart, it's a philosophical answer here, okay? So people who typically voted on this point, actually prefer taxes to be lower and for spending to be cut.
Push me, first of all. I'm sorry, Jace Casilio, you had a background noise that kind of distracted me. So, first of all, push me. You say taxes would be lower and income would be then. First, the tax cuts that you applied, don't apply to poor people. They apply to rich people that are actually on the list of donors of the Republican Party. You can check that.
Disagree. They definitely.
Tosho, please. All right, guys. There are a lot also things that you kind of, I believe that not all Americans actually understand that your taxes, it's not the money that goes empty to the government. The money is actually semi-paid back to you in some ways. For example,
I'd rather have a choice on where it gets spent.
Right? We pay high taxes. We pay 23% VAT consumer tax, while your sales tax is about 2 to 7% on some products. I read in the information.
Give or take.
Why is that? Because it's actually the main source of income of the government is our sales tax. Now, where do we get it back? Well, we have cheaper prescriptions. We have public healthcare. We have all the other services. This is where our government gives.
The problem is right now what you're arguing. Right now, what you're arguing is what kind of policy should be. But I'm telling you, Americans voted for Trump because they wanted the tax cuts, and they don't want IRS people coming after them, and they want spending
taxes on normal people.
But who got the tax cuts?
On the billionaires?
The rich got the tax cuts.
Let one dude finish what he wants to say, fucking before going down his throat.
I haven't finished, guys.
I'll actually tell you from somebody who filled out their own income taxes, right? I got a bigger credit under Trump than I did from Obama, meaning there's an expense that you can write off, right? Yeah. Everybody gets a standard deduction. It went up to, I think, like $13,500. So that's...
Yeah, but then the public budget are worse off.
But also, first of all, that's probably because of healthcare budget increases. Second of all...
No. He literally increased the deduction on income taxes.
Yeah,
so meaning...
Broad, but like... right now, what he's doing, right, with, let's say, his policies right now, is that he is actively stealing money from his voters. How is he doing that? If he defunds services that were provided to his voters via government, he essentially steals their money because
not really, because we're in
you're not looking at it deep enough.
Fully misunderstanding. Like the point, the man ran saying that he would defund these services, right? Like he was shouting at the top of his lungs, "We will end the Department of Education." Right, like that was, he was running on that, right? And this other, whoever mentioned it before, like he got voted in with that in mind, right? The expectation fully was that these services would be cut because one, these services are expensive, and two, these services don't provide what they say they do, right? They have a
very
name.
True. That's like very true statement across every single government on earth.
That provides blowjobs and free food, right? Like they'll call the department whatever you want to call it, but they won't give you. It won't actually fool through as to what they say they will do.
Sure, I have a disabled friend in America that relies on those services.
That's not
okay. Yeah, there's disabled friends still have those services.
Yeah, those services are still active today. I have friends that their kids are handicapped, and those services are still underway. Just because you hear from the media or some things that all the services have been cut,
are going to be
certain ones have not been.
Have you seen the Republican budget plan? The tax cuts are not, the cut was not yet made because they are planning to decrease the funding progressively right now.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that somebody in Poland thinks they have a better idea of what's going on in the country. It's like me saying...
Let's not fry the Polish guy. If he's doing his research and looking into it, he could have a good idea.
What you were going down is the argument. What you were going down is the argument from authority fallacy there.
By defunding 80 million from I don't remember.
Can I interject?
All right.
What are you guys talking about? What's the point of your conversation? Are we talking Trump?
Well, we got off topic of Trump and Ukraine.
Topic of Trump.
Okay, if I can just state my opinion real quick as a Canadian, 28-year-old Canadian here. I don't like Trump, but I do like Trump. There's many things that I like and dislike about the guy. He says one thing, does another. He's anti-environmental, but he's pro other things that I'm support. So you're never gonna find everything from the guy. In every single government on earth, there is. In every single government on earth, there is misuse of our money. Of course, it's a good idea to analyze it. That's it. Every government should analyze how they spend the money.
What's the pro stuff? What's the pro stuff? Wait, you said pro stuff that you like about him.
Yeah, what do you like about
what
Trump?
does it matter? Why does it even matter?
No, it matters. Let's get that. No.
You guys,
Let's
you
get
guys surely
the
saw that, right? Like you saw the Ukraine president, like in the Oval Office.
I can answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
A few things I like about him is he wants to end the war in Ukraine. Unfortunately, the only way to end the war is for Ukraine to admit that it can't win. And
no,
we went.
I mean, we got Sputnik and RT News preaching to us here.
Do you guys think that Ukraine can beat Russia?
The guy from New York is a KGB asset.
We already have the Russians here.
Sputnik.
Freeman, get
money. This is what he wants.
One at a time.
That's all I'll say. I'm anti-war. I will always support Ukraine, and I will be perfectly fine with my tax money going to Ukraine to help support the war effort. However, I don't think any more young men need to be crying out to their moms in trenches for a war that can't be won. They can't win. It's Russia.
That's not what they're
Apologia.
You think they can win?
Apologia to the max. This is RT News, man. Check it out.
Basically, don't compare the wars.
Can you guys try and respond to James's actual point instead of talking about?
Yeah, I
know this is a very discussed at the beginning a lot.
I can respond to it.
I want to make sure you guys are tracking my username, please.
You made a claim here. You said that Ukraine can't win. Back it up with evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. My evidence are Ukraine does not have nearly as much manpower. Russia has 10 times the artillery as Ukraine. Ukrainian generals.
Ukraine has more powerful allies.
I'm naming you reasons.
Okay, yeah, but the idea that you're bringing up, Ukraine has more powerful allies, brings us into the next world war, which is what we're all trying to avoid. Unless you actually want to take the war to Russia and say, annihilate the entire Russian population who fully support Putin.
To war, man.
No, that's not true. The Russian population doesn't fully support Putin. Who the hell told you that?
Whatever propaganda you want, the people support Putin.
Who the hell told you that the majority of Russians
support Putin? This is bullshit.
You're outraged. You've heard hella propaganda, my friend. You've been fed some lies.
Wait, guys, sorry. I have a very big counterpoint to Dosho. There is a guy in the history of this chat who literally said he's Russian, he doesn't support Putin. Should I ping a message to you? Or are you...
Okay, right. Because there is one Russian.
We've all seen the videos of Russians protesting right when the war started.
That is your evidence that the people of Russia do not support Putin?
Well, you said everyone's.
Listen, guys. It's no different.
You're right. That's exactly what I meant. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I meant exactly.
Get back to what I was saying. Do you think Ukraine can win? Give me the reasons you think Ukraine can win.
I think Ukraine by itself, with no assistance or no aid, will have a hard time and or most likely lose if they did not have assistance. That is a fact.
Yes.
He is telling the truth there.
No, but that's not the truth. The truth is that they have powerful allies all around the world that are supporting.
That's what we're talking
about. So Ukraine is not a lone wolf at all. Here.
That's what I'm
not sure if you. The fact that they're being supported is the reason why they'll be okay.
I'm not sure if you guys saw the Oval Office Zelensky meeting, but in it, Zelensky very clearly outlined Europe is not backing Ukraine. They will not go to war with their own soldiers unless the U.S. does. He said that plainly out loud very many times. He didn't say it one time. He said it many more than one time.
Where did you get that?
Hold on. That's a make-believe story. Wait. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you the 6 countries that have soldiers on standby right now to come into Ukraine to put a fucking boot up fucking Putin's ass. Britain, France,
our country.
Germany, Turkey,
France can literally pick up where Napoleon started.
Pick
up right where Napoleon left off and go to Moscow and go. The reason why is because they don't have U.S. support.
If they had U.S. support,
can I ask the guy in the headphones that asked the original question? Can Ukraine win? The answer is no, not without military support, right? But they don't have to win the war. They don't need to retake all the territory. They just need to wait till Russia's economy implodes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but we heard that 3 years ago.
Can I interject? One second introduction.
A collapsing economy takes a long time.
What do we call?
No, it
What
doesn't.
do we call victory in this case? What do we want to define as victory for both sides? What is Ukraine's victory?
Russia doesn't deserve any bit of victory.
Security guarantees.
They don't get a victory.
All at once.
They don't get a victory.
Russia shouldn't have taken Finland's land.
What is their
Russia shouldn't have taken freaking the Ukrainians' land. Russia shouldn't have taken Georgia's land.
What is victory? What is victory rules for Russia? The whole entire taking of Ukraine? Okay, maybe that's their idea. Oh, okay. And then what's Ukraine's goal? To get back all the territory it's lost since 2014.
No.
Ukraine's never going to succeed in that. Even if America gives them 6 billion tanks, Russia has more soldiers, more weapons, everything that will beat Ukraine. Ukraine just doesn't have the military strength to win. It sucks.
You are a propagandist.
I am actually I am in this country right now, and I can tell you exactly what the Ukrainians are waiting for. This is what's going to happen
in Ukraine.
Yes, yes, I am a soldier fighting in Ukraine. So this is what's truly going on.
You do not.
This is what's going on. Ukraine will succeed land, but will not accept it as being under Russia. They will stand back and wait while it's supposed to be in a neutral territory so Ukraine can make its point to when it has to move. If Russia does freaking give mineral deals of Ukrainian territory that they took, and Ukraine gives mineral territories, or mineral rights to the U.S., over time, the U.S. will literally take back everything and give everything back to Ukraine over time. It won't be right away, but without freaking this shit, Russia's economy will collapse within the next, I'd say, 5 to 6 years. So Russia almost doesn't have a choice but to also make this same fucking deal. Over time, Ukraine will get their land back. It just won't be all at once.
Unpopular opinion, I don't think you can crash Russia's economy as much as you think you can. It will always.
It's already collapsing.
Unpopular opinion. I know it might be doing worse.
Running high with
Have you looked at the ruble lately?
Like all of China.
It might be doing extremely worse, but I don't think it'll ever not be able to sustain itself. It's just
Siciliano, have you checked the ruble lately?
That Putin was going to get
I know it's crashing. Listen, and I'm agreeing with you.
Siciliano, I don't think you've checked the ruble lately because it's not going up. It's going down.
100%.
All right. You guys,
Russian economy is doing terrible. But it will never be
No.
One second. I want to bring in some new voices. One second. I want to bring in some new voices here who just joined us. So let's hear from Blank Mind. Blank, what do you have to add here?
Blank, you got this, Blank.
Right, I'd like to add that I believe in the case of the matter of how Ukraine is doing in terms of imported arms and imported vehicles and whatnot, what some of the European countries are offering at the moment, especially Sweden, from what I've looked into, and this is some really, really fun, exciting stuff, is revolutionary stuff when it comes to automated howitzers that will chop off and fire off 3 shots. You know the Archer?
Let the guy fucking say what he wants to say.
Yeah, wonderful, beautiful fucking mechanism. Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yes,
chef's kiss.
It is.
I would like... The Archer is the kind of like howitzer, and I've seen it. I've even had discussed with a friend who's used it because I can speak Swedish fluently.
Over there?
And listen. So the Archer, if it was a person, I would let it cut my hair every single day, trim it, simple, just like go. Would you like some on the sides, my sir? I'd be like, yes.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Well, the system you're talking about is
take a look in the mirror, I swing around and I say, yes, this is beautiful.
The system you're talking about is
and then I look at the Americans and I think, oh my God, this is useless in comparison.
No more than 1 meter
I want
off.
to check if my spaghetti is ready. Do I throw it against the ceiling or the wall?
The wall, please.
How did we get on that?
Blank name. In just response to your talking about the production of these new artillery weapons, I think we all can agree as gentlemen in this call that artillery is the king of war. And the more you have of it, the more you're likely to be doing better.
Bellissimo, maravilissimo argomentati, sì. You got it.
However, Ukraine will never have as much ammunition as Russia will. Suck my dick.
A river.
Have you heard of importation?
I mean, that's not going to stop Russia from taking all those fucking L's. So
it just
so the difference between Russia and Ukraine
We're going to
is
stop
Russia.
the archer from firing off 3 shots and then moving away immediately before they even land. So like, holy shit, we were shot. Where did it come from?
I gotta give James 1 second.
Amazing. I thought you were just trolling.
1 second. I gotta give James. I gotta give James a 5-minute penalty, guys. Just remember that we are on YouTube, so. Well, since he said it already, things like "suck my dick," like avoid saying that, please.
Wait, but Mike, are you actually
Mamma mia! That is hideous.
So the truth is, on what he was saying is correct. Russia does have a enormous amount of artillery. This is why they've been able to do what they can do. But a lot of their pieces are extremely old. You're talking about pieces from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. They're not being maintained. Their friggin' barrels are becoming warped. They're highly inaccurate because I have been in the battlefields being artied freaking like it's freaking a rainstorm. It's horrifying, but it's so inaccurate. They just keep shooting and shooting and shooting. The difference is Ukraine has high accurate ammunitions and munitions and missiles, so they can do it a lot less.
Compare that to the archer. It is
absolutely. It's not just the archer. It's the mobile howitzer. It's the archer. It's the MLRS systems. It's the HIMARS. These systems are annihilating the Russians. This I know from first person, from just being in my last few battles where I saw the HIMARS annihilate an entire Russian freaking team of about 30 guys on the other side of where we were assaulting with pinpoint accuracy with, I think, the French crab. I think they're called crabs.
That's Polish.
They're artillery. Oh, Polish. There we go. Yeah. The crab units just peppering the shit out of the other side of the street before we cross the road. So I love you boys. I'd love to talk to you guys more, but I actually have to go on a surveillance mission in 5 minutes. I have to go.
All right, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Good luck, service. Good luck, man.
Go fuck those Russian soldiers up.
That's the plan.
Thanks for joining. Hey, just real quick, just a side point. None of us are fighting in the war as well. I don't think U.S. Army Freemen had any intention of arguing in bad faith. But I just want to mention too, that emotional content. There's it's not necessarily leading to a rational point. So just kind of a small interjection. Maybe a Buddhist interjection there.
True. I appreciate that before the boss. The truth is, I would need like an hour to talk to you guys about all this stuff thoroughly just to hear my opinions. But I love you guys. Keep talking about this stuff.
Before you go, would you like a digital haircut? Would you like a digital haircut?
Yeah, you use that. Use that on your system all you want, buddy.
So how have you been doing today? You've been evading artillery strike, yes?
I'll see you guys. I gotta go. I got 5 minutes to show up on this mission. See you guys.
Go there and make sure you live.
See you, boys.
Right, real quick, back to Trump.
I think that's where the conversation devolved.
That's the guy who threw his vice president under the bus. Right.
Real quick, if I can make a point before it's forgotten, I don't know who said it, but whatever Buddhist point they had made, I'd actually reason with you that like whatever state of mind that he's in for whatever war mind he's in right now, I'm sure that we can. But nonetheless, I think that likely comprises a larger part of what life has been and is to be than sitting around on your couch talking on Discord without any dues or
the crazy part is he was the most logical one here, by the way. That was the crazy part.
Yeah, Docio.
Yeah, like he actually took time to listen. Like I joined out of here through the stream, like just scrolling through TikTok and YouTube shorts, and like there was a whole lot over talking. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Docio.
What up, Travis?
Just let me respond back to Docio real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. I did, like I said, I didn't think he was intentionally or even unintentionally arguing in bad faith. But just for folks in the room, or my opinion is if someone's listening on YouTube, you and I have talked before about stuff that has emotional content, and so saying something like, I've seen my team die and stuff like that's obviously And like that's something that a person should understand rationally, right? That's a rational point. But that's also not a geopolitical issue, which is what we were talking about for at least 25% of our conversation.
Yeah, but you know what? He gave a good rundown on what he thought a good deal would be, including having UN troops in there, and he went against Trump on that, on how he played out that Zelensky meeting. So I actually think his approach was the most well thought out one.
I'm the guy that farts on the room, so that's cool. I understand.
If anything can be said about Trump, I think it can be said that I don't think this would have happened, and I don't know if this is for the good or the bad of Ukraine and Russia, right? But it's to be seen, right? But I think it would have been business as usual had it been Biden, and I think that's a good note in the very least.
Well, I don't think we can really even know what would have happened.
They delayed the mineral deal to do it.
I don't know why people always say that, but it's like the annexation of Crimea was still going on. Yes, it happened under Obama. Like Trump did not do a single thing to get them to back off.
You don't even have to go that far. You can even point to we still had conflicts going on in the Donbass prior to the invasion. Russia was fucking around in the Donbass, in Donetsk and Luhansk regions at that time while President Trump was president.
Yes.
And he did.
They also delayed this whole mineral deal just to make Trump look better, to feed his ego. So,
this idea of
I think it would have been
Donald Trump would have stopped this is negated by the fact that he didn't do anything to really halt any Russian fuckery in the Donbass. And I think we also saw that he took a very isolation approach in even the Middle East, because I believe Iran attacked Saudi Arabia directly at that time. And what did he do? I don't think he did fuck all or anything at that time.
Also, I don't think it's
the Americans are also trying to use some advertising for rebuilding Ukraine or rebuilding Gaza the same way. And they are using, for their advertising, they're using my beautiful village near Napoli as advertisement for this hilariously terrifying and...
Okay, I think this guy might just be trolling, but you got to turn your music off or it's going to fuck the stream up.
Hey, can I jump in here?
Quite a name.
Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just have a question about the, so when Trump was first in office and he didn't do anything, don't we have some intel that he wasn't getting all the information? I mean, if the alphabet agencies were kind of going against his whatever motivations, doesn't that mean that he wasn't getting all of the information that maybe he has now? I don't know, but... No, it just seems like
no. He got given a security brief.
On top of that, he was giving them javelins, right?
Directors.
Well, no, I mean, let's clear
all he needed.
Let's clear the smoke completely. None of us have all of the information. To be clear.
Yeah, but the CIA came out.
That doesn't change the fact that Trump appointed 2 FBI directors to fix government corruption, and they should have probably been able to take care of that too.
But I mean,
two CIA leaders literally wrote a book saying that they gave him memos every morning, and Trump didn't even do anything with them.
Well, right, but I mean, I kind of brought the issue at hand first that if he's the president, if he's not getting his information,
but they gave it to him. Trump refused to read it.
Absolutely,
I got a serious point. Didn't agree with his worldview.
In defense of Trump, why he doesn't get as much done as he should. He's busy. He's got to golf, man. He's golfed 10 times in the past month, 10 days. I mean, you gotta hit the links, man. Hit the links. President of the United States got to hit the links.
Golfing this much, but still getting more done in a month than the previous president got done in 4 years. And getting your golf
how much damage? How much damage?
I mean, again, that's just the claim. Okay. What do you mean getting more done?
No. It's funny that he just said that, because when Biden was first put in office, he put a crap load of executive orders, and Republicans were losing their goddamn minds.
Well, everyone's losing their mind because everyone's thinking they have enough information to even make a sound assumption, right? That's why I wanted to ask that question first.
That's so true.
I wanted to ask that question first because
that's so true.
No one knows anything.
Realistically, no one knows anything.
We know, but that's just a cop out because that means
it's
that
not a cop out because I asked the question.
It is.
Well, I asked the question first, and then the responses were too responsive because everyone's responding like they know. I just wanted to get a baseline of, okay, so he didn't change things when he was first in office, but we do have the information that things were kind of crooked with how he didn't. He got stuff on his table, right? But we also just got 200 pages of the Epstein shit, and then all of us, sorry for cussing, the Epstein stuff, and then now we're finding out there's more. So wouldn't that kind of give everybody the idea that maybe we're not getting all the information?
Maybe you're not getting everything on the Epstein file, considering that Epstein literally said...
I'm not trying to...
literally said there was more to be released.
So I just wanted one question. Yeah, the question was, don't we all agree that we don't have all the information? And then it goes to some craziness. I'm just trying to say...
No one ever does have all the information.
Yeah, it's a really kind of pointless point. It's pointless. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah. So, that's why we use the Iraq method. If we don't do that, then we're all just...
What the fuck is the Iraq method?
Iraq method.
Issue rule application conclusion. Issue rule application conclusion. It's what you learn, when you go to law school.
Or just to what they should have taught us in first grade, so we figured it out. Because right now we're all doing what we see on the news is they stand there.
The fact that you don't have all the information is
also one doesn't need to give you a perfect answer with the available information in order for that answer to be correct. That's a nirvana fallacy.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Given that you don't have all the information, are you sure Donald Trump is in a Russian plant?
I mean, my thing is, I don't know who's a Russian plant. A Russian plant, anybody who's planted would be planted and you wouldn't know it'd be in your garden. You'd have no idea. You might prune it and take care of it the whole time. You don't know.
Damn, pruning it and taking care of it. Shit.
So it's about Trump doing a sloppy toppy 9,000 to the Kremlin over Ukraine.
I mean, those are good fantasies and stuff, but they're also talking points that are to attack the opposite side, which can be applied to both sides. So I get, I've been hearing some of the stuff and some of the responses, they're great and all, but they're kind of Bush League. Like you're saying stuff and then you guys are talking over each other, but no one's really getting anywhere. Like, I just wanted to know.
Wait. Your whole point was Trump doesn't have all the information.
Never even made a point. Never made a point. Ask the question. No one answered.
I think the conversation. I think the conversation was more interesting when we were trying to figure out a solution that would be, agreeable and amenable to Ukraine and the U.S., which I think we broadly separated it into either they join NATO or we support them with a blank check and some troops. So that was more interesting because it wasn't as vague. Like that topic was a little bit more pointed. So probably a better idea is to focus on that kind of stuff.
Real quick, Russia actually said that if Ukraine joined NATO and if NATO got too close to their borders, they would see that as an act of war. So that's what we're looking at. That's why Ukraine can't join NATO. And that's why when the security deal broke down, basically, there was two things that stuck out to me. The first thing was that Zelensky did say in that interview that he wanted Russia to pay for the destruction of the Ukraine, which looks logical at first. Yeah. However, if you look at what happened with the Treaty of Versailles when Woodrow Wilson went...
You mean the horrendous treaty that led to World War II?
Bingo. That's exactly it.
No, a treaty didn't lead to World War II. A megalomaniac man decided to start attacking other countries.
I don't want to interrupt. Let's not try to
You're going to blame a piece of paper for a man openly deciding
Siciliano, listen to me. Listen to me. At the end of the day, we need to talk about the one question. We need to talk about the one thing at a time.
Okay, hang on just a sec. So my point is that...
Mamma mia!
Okay, then. So my point is... You started it. the whole my point is the Treaty of Versailles, it has very big remnants to that. And first off, you don't want a repetition of that because you've already got Putin in there. That's a very dangerous man. I don't think any single one of us here says that Putin is a rational actor. Not a single one of us. So,
yeah, but nobody's gonna sit here and take like this fear mongering, dog.
Somebody here does believe that Putin is a good not a good factor?
No, I think that what people don't understand about their system is that this guy was an agent of the KGB.
Everyone knows that.
Just to be in the security service, you got to be kind of.
Wait, hold on.
Crazy.
We had this issue come up of like Russia and Ukraine. We had this same thing when Finland said we want to join NATO, and Russia was like, "Don't do that, or we're going to do some fucky business." And then Finland joined NATO, and it was like, "Oh shit, nothing happened," right?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Wait, hold on. It has to do with the fact. It has to do with the fact that you can call their bluff. Yes. We don't know whether or not he's actually bluffing.
Yes.
We're presuming the fact that he is actually going to do World War III.
This is unironically the same tactic Fox News used when they were talking about annexing Canada, like that was a joke. And now it's like a run-on thing that Trump is trying to drag on.
It's defensive. It's defensive.
Okay. Siciliano, you're going to be paying us taxes soon. 51st state, you know?
Yeah.
Wait, Siciliano is also Canadian?
Mm.
Oh, okay, I'm kidding.
Listen to the Canadians. Listen to the Canadian's opinion here. Listen to the Canadian.
We are going to shut down the live stream here, folks, but we have a lot of off-air voice channels that are free for your use. I want to thank all of our new members for joining us. This was a great exchange today. A lot of over-talking at certain points, but that's okay. It's going to happen with these big rooms. But thank you so much for being here and joining us here at Pangburn. And make sure you guys here on Discord check out the Pangburn library where we continue a lot of these topics in the text chat. And everyone on YouTube, make sure you drop a like on your way out, and be sure to subscribe if you enjoy this kind of content. We'll catch you next time.
Peace.